that I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
you
not
took my time to go. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend Nigeria.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop it. Be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
I'm already hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't.
And this interior, don't feel like you are making a mistake. And I've actually had this is exhausting our people. My God, this is exhausting.
Don't.
I think I'm going to leave this place because people are exhausting. And I've had this conversation with CM. And he pretended as if he doesn't know the context you were talking from. This is scary. This is just scary. Our people,
because
are so dishonest.
You videos,
you know what?
Sorry, forefather.
You should come and take over. You are too dishonest.
No, let me see.
I am tired of you people. It's unbelievable. Show can come and take over. Show you can come and take over, please.
Forefather.
People are just full of dishonesty.
Please.
They will never tell you the truth. I don't know whether is it.
What are you accusing me? You've seen
whether it's deliberate or not.
Calm down,
Something
please.
is wrong. Something is broken in our people.
Father,
calm
down.
We've had long conversation. That's made this.
They asked a question. I gave you instances.
A long one.
I gave you instances. What is see.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
Hello there. Thank you so much for joining us today. This very blessed day that the Lord has made. We shall all rejoice and be glad in it. It's going to be a wonderful day sitting in for Dr. Rudolph, who is writing his last chapter of his book. As soon as he finishes, he will be here with us. But for today, you have just me alone to deal with. And so I hope we're ready to go in the direction that it will take us to the discussion today. Remember, this is Have Your Say, and it simply means that you have the ability to say it as you see it. You don't have to be an expert to make your own statement. You don't have to be an expert to say what you feel. Say it the way you see it. You know, there's this famous BBC saying that we used to take part in those days. It's called talk your own. This is talk your own in a more advanced way. Say it the way you see it. Say it the way you feel it. and you own that view. Nobody can take it from you. It's called free speech. And so you're welcome to this Have Your Say today. We will dive in very quickly into what we'll be doing today. Of course, it's been advertised, and the show is going to flow in just a few minutes from now, and they will all get into that which you need to discuss. But bear in mind that every view is welcome, and everyone is welcome to make a contribution. You don't have to be an expert in the field to make your contribution, because you know why? You are, whether you're an expert in the field or not, you are living in the same world where every other thing happens. And so nobody can take that away from you. After all, whether you are an expert or not, nobody has been helping you to live your life. You alone have been living your life based on what you understand, what you know about the political systems going on in Nigeria and all that you have. So today we'll be looking at some of the topic we'll be looking at is already advertised, but I'll just go ahead and read some of them out, which is that the Nigeria government has lost, or right now, 3 of her planes is being hijacked or pounded. In fact, that's the right word. They have been impounded in some countries where they are, because Nigeria, a state government in Nigeria got into an agreement with a Chinese company, and that company, that state government failed to live up to its obligations. And so those jets are being held. You also heard in the week past that Shettima told us that Tinubu is a poor man, and that the house he has in Bodlon is not as beautiful and big as the one he has in Maiduguri. You and I are going to jump into that and discuss. You also heard during the week that the Senate goes home with 21 million naira, while they are advocating that the ordinary Nigerian, the civil servants, go home with 70,000 naira as a minimum wage. These are things you don't hear from any other portion or any other country in the world. It beats my imagination to think that a country where you have almost 90% of poverty, we are still paying our legislators much more than is being paid in those other countries, including America, where money is surplus, I would say. So now, those are some of the issues, and of course, if we have time, we're touching on the Nigerian girl who was competing in South Africa, and she was told that she couldn't compete because she's a Nigerian. And I wonder why some Nigerians are surprised and they're flipping backwards over it. The Igbos in Lagos have been told to go back home. They're not part of the country, and you are wondering, surprised. Those things are in the international media. People see it. And so why should we eventually all of a sudden be surprised that that is being meted to our own person outside of the country? That shouldn't come to anybody as a surprise. And again, of course, there's these trending videos that are out there about Pastor Jerry Eze. That trend was started by a guy called Daddy Freeze, for which we all know, and his commentary about what and how he sees miracle. The thing we're discussing, does miracle really happen? And if miracle happens, have you experienced any? What is the experience you'll be bringing into this discussion concerning miracles? That I will leave to you to be your opinion. And I'm just here without an opinion. I'm a moderator. Like I said earlier on, I'm sitting in for Dr. Rudolph, and let's get the ball rolling. Meanwhile, as we get the ball rolling, there's something I like about Dr. Rudolph. He puts the thing as simple as possible. And I want you to bear this in mind while you're making your comment.
Blessed are those who know how much they need to know before they know how little they know.
So if you believe that there's how much that you need to know, and there's little knowledge is not domiciled on one man's head. All of us have a form of knowledge and understanding of different topics, and different knowledge, different understanding. And the Igbos that I belong to say that Onyara Luchea, every madman has his own sense. Therefore, let's come together and Jojo. I will be inviting you guys into the discussion right away, so that we can kick it off and enjoy the peace, the time together. Yes. Why I'm doing that also because of we started a bit late, a bit were supposed to be here on the dot, but we didn't because of one or two technical issues. So while you are coming in, I'm going to also take my time to look at the videos that we're supposed to be using for this broadcast and begin to pick them in. I hope you bear with us. But I promise you, it's going to be a good ride today. And come in and look, throw away all your this thing, give it the way you think it should come through. There's nothing too much to be said, and there's nothing too difficult to be heard for us to get our country working back again. And I say back again, and I mean really back again. Okay. Yes, while we're doing that, let's listen to a man I love so much who has gone to be with the Lord right now. And sometimes he has a way of putting the message very clearly. And let's listen to him.
Tonight, this gentleman will be making his network television debut. This is his most recent album right here. It's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Feshek.
The pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who are the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who are the dream for New America. They say you are black, they say you are brown, they say you are black, they say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Your sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Press it down so.
My granddad was a Baptist preacher. I've been a member of this church since I was 2 years old, and now I'm in seminary studying to become a minister myself. My faith means more to me than anything. But if I'm being very honest, sometimes I hesitate before telling someone I'm a Christian. There is a cancer on our religion. Until we confess the sin that is Christian nationalism and exorcise it from our churches, our religion can do a lot more damage than a six-pack of Lone Star. There is nothing Christian about Christian nationalism. It is the worship of power, social power, economic power, political power in the name of Christ. And it is a betrayal of Jesus of Nazareth. He told us we would know them by their fruits. Jesus includes. Christian nationalism excludes. Jesus liberates. Christian nationalism controls. Jesus saves. Christian nationalism kills. Jesus started a universal movement based on mutual love. Christian nationalism is a sectarian movement based on mutual hate. Jesus came to transform the world. Christian nationalism is here to maintain the status quo. They have co-opted the Son of God. They've turned this humble rabbi into a gun-toting, gay-bashing, science-denying, money-loving, fear-mongering fascist. And it is incumbent upon all Christians to confront it and denounce it.
Amen.
How did this happen? The first followers of Jesus didn't call themselves Christians. They called themselves the Way. Their crucified teacher taught them a different way of being human, and they intended to follow it. The early church was a revolutionary community built on radical love, a peculiar people who shared all their possessions and refused to participate in the economy, the military, or the culture. The book of Acts tells us that the first Christians were persecuted for turning the world upside down. But 300 years after Jesus was executed by the Roman Empire, Emperor Constantine made Christianity the official state religion of that very same empire. Constantine was the first Christian nationalist. Pro-war, pro-wealth, pro-white supremacy. That original countercultural movement became a tranquilized, privatized, weaponized religion, the official sponsor of Western civilization. A religion of sharing became a religion of greed. A religion of peace became a religion of violence. A religion of forgiveness became a religion of judgment. A religion of ego transformation became a religion of ego affirmation. Today, Christian nationalists obsess over people's private parts while the planet burns. The Bible doesn't mention abortion or gay marriage, but it goes on and on about forgiving debt, liberating the poor, and healing the sick. Christian nationalists like to say this is a Christian nation. Not only is that historically inaccurate, not only is that theologically blasphemous, but it's also just not true. Look around us. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would forgive student debt. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would guarantee health care to every single person. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would love all of our LGBTQ neighbors. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would make sure every child in this state and in this country was housed, fed, clothed, educated, and insured. If this was truly a Christian nation, we would never make it a Christian nation, because we know the table of fellowship is open to everybody, including our Buddhist, Hindu, Jewish, Muslim, Sikh, and atheist neighbors. Jesus could have started a Christian theocracy, but love would never do that. The closest thing we have to the kingdom of heaven is a multiracial, multicultural democracy where power is truly shared among all people, something that's yet to exist in human history.
The point with the church,
Yeah.
you feel the
Nigeria's Away from that, Ogun State government has faulted the judicial process that led to the provisional attachment of 3 Nigerian government-owned aircraft in France by the Judicial Court of Paris on the 7th of March and 2nd of August 2024. Recall that the Chinese company Zhongshan Fucheng Industrial Investment Company Limited had sought several orders from the court over an aborted underlying contract between the company and Ogun State government, which was initiated in 2007. In a statement signed by the Special Advisor to the Governor on Media and Strategy, Kayode Akimade, the Ogun State government described the latest development as a new antics by the Chinese company to appropriate Nigerian assets in foreign jurisdictions as past efforts had continually failed. The statement described the whole legal process as nothing but a total charade with fraudulent notion, adding that the company deliberately concealed the litigation from both the Nigerian government and Ogun State, as well as their legal counsel, before hurriedly securing orders of seizure. According to the statement, Ogun State, together with the federal government, had already taken immediate action to ensure that those provisional attachments are lifted quickly.
Okay. Thank you so much. You have heard our lineup, even though that's not finished. And again, I apologize that we're starting a bit late and things are not as smooth as they would have been, but we get there. There's a saying we have in theater that the show must go on. So irrespective of what it is, and that's how today is going to be. We're going to just flow with the punches. Okay, Mr. James, you are welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you have heard some of the discussions we have advertised. Is there anything you want to add or remove, or will you want to make your initial comments?
Well, I have nothing to add, actually. But the issue of the aircraft is very... Anyway, let me reserve my comments. Continue. When it's time for me to add my opinion,
Okay, so we're riding off with the issue of the aircraft. Now, here is what a layman in the street like me will ask myself. In the first place, why will you enter into an agreement by the Ogun State government and you see that, or you have seen that the company is not performing its function, or what the agreement, not following the line, and you waited for the company, or you jettisoned it, hoping that the company itself will go to sleep, like every other thing they do in Nigeria. You refuse to follow rules and regulation, and you think just like you behave in Nigeria, but you don't take court orders, that you do the same with other people outside of Nigeria. It doesn't cut it. It's only in Nigeria that a court will give an order, and then a man in government will decide that he will not obey the order, okay, and nothing will happen. And even in crowning it, people get promoted, like we soon see, the new chief judge coming in. So what am I trying to say? Even in the most advanced world, at least United States is an advanced world, the former president is being subjected by a district attorney. A district attorney, I don't know if some of you understand what a district attorney is. A district attorney is like a local government law officer. A local government law officer. That's what a district attorney is. It's not even it's not the state, it's a district. A local government can bring the former president and make him sit down in the court and make him go through the process and accept the verdict. Those are people who have decided that law should take, law and order should be the precedents that will keep them. Because a society that don't have law and order, if we are heading to anarchy, and this is what has come to play. Because if you and like the governor is saying, this agreement does not involve the federal government. If it does not involve the federal government, how then be it that they will, impound on those aircraft? Okay, how then be it? It's not. It doesn't happen that way. So there's there's a lacuna there, as the lawyers will say, that is not clear to the ordinary man. You must have one way or the other involve the federal government, either as a surety or as a counter signature, for them to be able to impound on government on the Nigerian asset that does not belong to the state. Anyway, I hold my peace. I'll listen to Mr. James right away and hear what he has to say.
Yeah, I listened to some gentlemen on
Channels Television. I'm sure you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
Good. I listen to some men on Channels Television. We discuss this matter. The federal government of Nigeria entered something like an agreement, cooperation agreement or commercial agreement with the government of China at governmental levels. It is within the framework of that agreement that Ogun State government got involved with the Chinese company to establish something like a free trade zone or something like that in Ogun State. Good. Now, in the course of their dealings with each other, certain things went wrong. Up till now, I do not know why the Ogun State government revoked the agreement. What actually went wrong? Is it because the people failed to do X, Y, Z? Or is it because they should tell us categorically, clearly, what went wrong? Is it money matters, position? Nobody has been able to explain that to me. Okay, now, one thing is certain, the federal government did not enter any agreement with the company, but it is the framework the federal government has got in place that the Ogun State government capitalized on to enter the agreement with the company. So if anything goes wrong, I think the federal government is vicariously responsible. It's just like if I employ a man to do some job for me, maybe a bricklayer or whatever it is, in the course of doing the job, he happened to destroy another man's property. That man has no right to take the bricklayer to court because the bricklayer is working on my instructions. So it is up to the man to take me, the employer of the man, to court. That is what vicarious what we call liability entails. Anyway, from what I can see, it's a very serious matter. That's why the company went all out to seek redress in court. I remember the days of Saddam Hussein in Iraq. Whenever they sign agreement with companies, manufacturing these ballistic missiles and other things for them, one of the clauses is that any misunderstanding in the course of executing this agreement must be resolved in Iraqi court. That was a clause they always put. I still remember reading it somewhere many, many years ago. Now, Nigeria's judicial system is rotting to the core. No country has got an outer confidence in it. So I'm sure in the agreement, they must have stated how this matters of this nature will be resolved. Now, they went to court, and I understand the Nigerian government lost the case, and eventually the aircraft were impounded. I think they went to court in England, in the UK and the USA, something like that.
And in France.
Good. Now, the issue is this. It's a court decision that must be obeyed. The federal government did not do anything wrong as such. It's Ogun State government. But the federal government must pay the money. After paying the money, the state allocations to Ogun State, that is where the government should get the money from, instrumentally, till they are able to liquidate whatever amount of money the Ogun State government is owing the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is how I see the matter.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. James, is it not one time too many? This is about the second time we are seeing Nigeria in a foreign court because it has flouted a law or an agreement. Remember, we're still dealing with the federal government and one certain company in England that the judge had to come to the rescue of Nigeria.
Yes.
Yes. So now, is it not one time too many that we keep?
Look, the issue. I'm sorry for interrupting you. The issue is this: we think we are the cleverest people in the world, whereas we are among the most foolish people you can think of. What I suspect very strongly is this. I have no proof, but what I suspect is this: Nigerian officials are conniving with other countries to plunge Nigeria into trouble, and at the end of the day, they share the loot behind the scene. This is what I'm saying. This is why I'm advocating that the federal government should pay the money. But whenever Ogun State goes to, whenever they go to Abuja to collect their state allocation every month or whatever it is, they deduct it instrumentally to serve as a warning to other people. You can't incur debt for the rest of the country to shoulder. That's just how I see the matter. There's a connivance somewhere along the line. Ogun State government has not been able to come out up to this moment to state categorically what went wrong. Why did you unilaterally abrogate the agreement? Did you obtain the permission of federal government? If the answer is no, they must bear the full consequence of their action. That's number one. Then number two, the federal government itself. When states go out to look for loans or whatever it is from IMF or international monetary institutions, do you monitor them? Now, they need to go through the federal government, and the federal government need to use their best brains, their lawyers, to read between the lines of the agreement they are signing. I'm sure this is not the practice. They just gave them a free hand to do whatever they want to do, and this is the outcome. The federal government also is at fault for allowing this matter to degenerate to this level. Then thirdly, I've been quarreling with the Nigerian educational system. Our educational system is horrendously defective. Look, there is no sector of the country that is functioning properly. The medical officers, the accountants, the lawyers, the teachers, the engineers, you name it, there's no section. The quality of graduates we are producing these days is nothing but wishy-washy. So this is the outcome also. In the federal level, legal level, what's it called, circles, those people are advising handling the federal government legal matters. They don't have the best brains there. Maybe they are party loyalists, or they got there through the back door or whatever it is. So you cannot give what you don't have. There's nothing wrong if Bola Tinubu should say, okay, Labour Party, Mr. XY or Mr. Chukwemeka Mohammed is very good at international law. Please, we want him to come and head our international laws department in the Ministry of Justice. We know he's your party man, but we need his services. So he will go there, not as a Labour Party, whatever it is, but as a qualified Nigerian. This they don't do.
Okay,
so
the question would be, each state in Nigeria has an attorney general. And as Ogun State has an attorney general, why will the attorney general that knows the rule of engagement decide to terminate a contract, even though Ogun State claims to only have seen the fencing of the ground that was given to the company? But there was some work there, and there was an agreement. What is the term of the agreement, and why will a man who sits in as an attorney general for a state decide to take such an illegal act? Why all his work is just to be certain that the state stays out of debt? How come he still occupies his position even to this moment?
How qualified is he as an attorney general? Holding university degrees is not enough to make a man qualified. The quality of degrees you are holding matters a lot. So this is a question we should ask. We have a lot of square pegs around in what we call round holes, messing up the whole country, and this is the outcome. I still remember on this platform I was giving an example with what happened in Niger, between Nigeria and ECOWAS. It was clear to me that those who are advising Bola Tinubu are not experts at all in any way. They are, I think in English there's a word like charlatan. They are charlatans, advising him. This is why he blundered in Niger to the extent of splitting ECOWAS, and the outcome is what we are grappling with today. Look at his so-called finance minister, central bank governor, who certainly do not know his left from right, because I think Emefiele is even better than him. Because during Emefiele's time, the Naira did not depreciate in such a horrendous manner. Now, they just pack a bunch of idiots to man the affairs of the country, And this is what we are grappling with. So Ogun State must pay the money. The federal government should pay the money. If possible, they go to Ogun State and nationalize their personal, the Ogun State, assets. Sell these things and recover the money.
What do you think that the federal government should do to avert such a reoccurrence? Because it becomes, like I said, become one time too many in Nigeria.
No, it's what I've just suggested. Ogun State must pay the money. The federal government should cough out the money. They should get it from wherever they want to get it. If it's a loan, they go and obtain the loan. Now the loan and the interest should be transferred to Ogun State government. You signed the agreement. You revoked it without our knowledge. So you bear the consequence. When you come for your federal allocation in the month of September, 50% will be deducted at source. We give you the other 50%. You sign for 100%. We continue like that till we recover the money. Other states will be very careful. I do not know of any other way we can stop this nonsense.
Okay, thank you so much for that. The other topic will probably also, let's touch on that while we still keep gathering our strength, is the issue of the young girl in South Africa who was competing in a South African event and was asked to leave because she's not a South African, and her mother did some crooked business with her origin. What do you have to say, Mr. James, on that issue?
Yeah, that is an interesting area to me because I lived in South Africa for 10 years. I was in the city of Johannesburg, in the neighborhood of Hillbrow, Braamfontein, GP's Town, and Rosettenville. These are the places I lived there. To acquire South African nationality is not as stringent as it is in Nigeria. But from what I can see, this is not a legal matter. Can we build legality on illegality? This is how I'm looking at it. If it is true that the mother played some games to acquire South African nationality, and on the basis of that, the girl acquired citizenship. Now, it's a very complex issue because the girl did not commit any offense. It's the mother who committed the offense. Visiting the iniquities of parents upon children is not permitted. It's not permitted by law. That's the Mosaic law. It's the law of Ezekiel that should apply. That is, I forgot, Ezekiel chapter 18, verse 20. I can't remember. Anyway, the iniquities of the father should be upon him, and the iniquity of the children should be upon them. That is what should be the case. But the issue now is that if they do that, it means that they are building illegality, so they are building legality on illegality. So this is a legal matter which the lawyers should should iron out. But again, the government of South Africa, they are not doing enough because the native South Africans, the black, the indigenous South Africans, they really don't know. They've not been told what other African countries did for them during their struggle against apartheid. Because while they were there, the country was completely cut off. No radio communication, no form of interaction between the Africans with Africans in other parts of Africa. So they were living in a world of their own. But the other activists like Thabo Mbeki, Steve Chiwete, and others, they left the country and they went to Ghana, Zambia, Nigeria, and what have you. Now, they lived like kings. They got substantial amount of wealth from these countries to fight apartheid in South Africa. Now, in the course of collecting this money, in fact, the accounts were not audited, let me put it that way. They don't give account of how they spend the money. So they were living like kings while they were outside. At the end of apartheid, they went home. That lifestyle they were used to while they were outside was no longer available. So they descended heavily on the state treasury. That is the root cause of corruption in South Africa. Now, When we got there after apartheid, the people were very alarmed to see us. They asked us a question we could not answer. Where were you while we were fighting apartheid? We never saw you. Why are you coming now? We've spilled our blood, we've done so much, but no amount of explanation will make them understand. It is only the South African leaders who were outside that should explain these things to them, that this is how these people helped us to regain freedom. So that is it. So
okay, Mr. James, so are you inferring that because they didn't understand what the roles that other Africans played is the reason for denying this young girl the opportunity to come?
I'm just explaining why xenophobia is in South Africa.
Okay,
the decision to deny this girl is an official decision. So the South African executive, the executive arm of the South African government to address it officially.
Okay.
I'm sure this girl is holding a South African identity card.
I'm coming.
That identity card has not been revoked.
I'm coming. The latest information on that, by Ben Murray Bruce, is that case has been dropped now because they've discovered that the girl herself is a South African, the mother is a South African, and so that case has been dropped. Why do I say that? I say that because this is my humble view. I am not even bothered about what they did done to the girl because for us in Nigeria, we are doing these things to ourselves. Not too long ago, Badebo, that's Roosevelt, one of the Lagos State contestants, was told that he doesn't belong to Lagos State, even though his father is Yoruba and his mother is Igbo. So that the children are not Yorubas. So if we can do that to our own people, do we think that the international community is not watching and following the development in Nigeria? So why is it surprising to anybody that this kind of thing can happen? Should at the beginning, I want to hear your view.
The way I see it is this. There is no good way of doing a bad thing. The fact that Mr. X stole and he was not punished, that does not mean that I should also go and steal and hope to get away with my misdeeds. Evil is evil. Wrong is wrong. If you break the law, no matter where you are breaking the law, it's still the same thing you are doing. If it is bad in South Africa, it is bad in Nigeria. But if I'm being punished in Nigeria by these funny things we are doing, that is no guarantee for people of other parts of the world to do what we are doing. So this is how I see it. The Nigerian government is wrong. The South African government is equally wrong. That is it.
Okay. Again, why I ask that question? Because you do not expect a stranger to treat you better than you treat your children. Do you expect a stranger to treat your children better than you, the father, treat them?
No, you see, these are things we've been discussing on this platform. How to make the country a better place, if it will ever be possible. When Lagos State government, where did they get the money to develop Lagos State to such a standard? Crude oil from the Niger Delta. Even while it was Western region, they always talk of cocoa money. Nobody ever mentioned anything about rubber money from Midwest. Nobody ever mentioned anything about palm oils, what they call money from Midwest. Nobody ever mentioned anything about timber from Midwest. They always talk about cocoa money. You get the point? So it is up to the federal government. If they want the country to remain one, it's up to them. Their policies will determine the future of the country.
Okay, thank you. I just need to throw that in because some people are wondering why, she would have been treated that way. We're not treating our people better. And if we're at this point still struggling between tribes and still trying to send people away from a particular region of Nigeria to another particular region, it then simply means that we shouldn't be surprised when such actions are also meted to our people outside of Nigeria.
Now, let's look at it this way, the other way around.
Okay.
Assuming this girl is in Nigeria and they are maltreating each other in South Africa. If this girl is being maltreated in Nigeria as a South African, would they not react to it?
Yeah, but this is the thing. We in Nigeria treat foreigners much more than we treat ourselves. We don't. You have not seen. I mean, you have not seen any foreigner in Nigeria being maltreated. You know.
No, they were maltreated during Shagari's time. Ghana must go.
Oh, Ghana must go. I was a bit young to know that, but I know that
although the Ghanaians started it in 1969.
Yeah, so
the Aliens Compliance Order of Kofi Busia asked all Africans living in Ghana to leave their country. So in 1983 or so, I can't remember, Shagari retaliated. Then on a lighter scale, Buhari also did the same thing. I can't remember when. Anyway, we also maltreat foreigners in our own way.
Okay, and then also the other part of it is that now Nigerian former Senator Ben Bruce have invited her to compete in a Nigerian competition, the Miss Universe, and she has obliged to be part of that. So, but why am I bringing that in? I'm saying that sometimes some good Nigerians come to the rescue of other Nigerians that have been maltreated outside. But those actions should come from government, because when it comes from government, it takes a much more severe. In fact, it deals to the root of the matter. We want to commend Mary Bruce for having stepped in to bring her to compete in his competition. And I would rather want to suggest that we as Nigerians see ourselves as a nation. If we do not want to see ourselves as a nation, then let us see ourselves as individual nations so that we can coexist without much rancor.
Now, if Ben Bruce has taken that action, I see it as a form of reverse discrimination. If she were to compete in Nigeria, would she have qualified to be selected? If she had not run into problems in South Africa, Ben Bruce would not have done what he is doing now. So we have our rules and our regulations. If she wants to compete in Nigeria, let her come. Join the team, they compete. If she's selected, that so be it. So this is how I see it. Because the criteria, the parameters they used in South Africa might not be the same parameters we are going to use in Nigeria.
Yes, now here is the case. The reason why she was first of all fingered was because it was obvious that she would win the competition. It was obvious that she knows her onions. She's quite a competitive athlete or a contestant. So I think that she knows what she knows, and it was going to be difficult to beat her. However, at the end of the day, a white South African has qualified and have won the competition, and everybody is happy. I think that was the end. The reason was to not allow her to be able to, come in. Okay, so to win the competition, and that was put on her way as a wage. Okay, let's move on. And there are people who are backstage. Please put on your camera so that we can bring you onto the stage. All right, and let's move a little bit further. Did you hear about the discussion with the vice president and his comment about the fact that Tinubu is a poor man? Did you?
No, I read the headline. I was not interested in reading the story because look, at this stage of our development, it is so sad that a vice president of a republic is still talking about you're a rich man, you're a poor man. When man is exploring space, man is not even exploring the moon now, they're exploring space. They've gone to Mars. I mean, they sent a robot to Mars. They brought information from Mars to tell us how life is over there, where nobody has ever been to. They are sending satellites to the most distant part of the universe to collect information. They are looking for alternative homes. Should Earth becomes uninhabitable in future, what should we do? Now, these are monumental tasks. Members of the human race is grappling, are grappling with. Here we are with a vice president talking about, I'm richer than you. So this is the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria. Instead of them to do what is expected of them, they are busy running after women, alcohol, going to Saudi Arabia, Jerusalem, and all those things. So it's not even worth talking about. But anyway, thank you for raising the issue.
All right. So we were a bit taken aback when that discussion came out because right now in the Nigerian situation, I think what is most prominent or what is most seen right now is the fact that hunger is ravaging the whole nation. And because hunger is ravaging the whole nation, I think that a leadership that is concerned about its citizens will go ahead to look for how to solve this immediate problem of hunger. Not talk about how big their houses are or talk about how many bedrooms their houses are. I think that is being insensitive to the situation that Nigerians find themselves. More so that over 80% of Nigerians are living in abject poverty.
You are correct. It is demeaning, it is dehumanizing that a nation like Nigeria should still be talking about food. You understand me? We are just concerned with our genitals and stomach at this stage of our development. When other nations, African nations in particular, are eagerly looking up to us to come to their rescue, we should develop to such a level whereby, let's say the Gambia where I live here, if Britain is threatening the Gambia should report Britain to Nigeria. Then Nigeria will tell Britain, you either leave them alone or you bear the full consequence of your action. That is the level we should be operating on, not the level of food. How do we supply water, hospitals? These things are very dehumanizing. I feel very ashamed as a Nigerian discussing this kind of matters because we have all it takes. Is it the young men and women in the universities? We can train them to any level we want. The money is not the problem. The land is not. So we should even be talking of human capital development. Look at Japan, a nation without mineral resources. And please.
Okay, it's a bit worrisome for me as an individual because I think that it is not right. People, first and foremost, the first need or the three needs of man is first of all that of taking care of hunger, where to live, and all that. The law of whatever something. I've forgotten that now. You're welcome, Mr. Righteous Man. Righteous Man will tell us why is that in where you are, people are arguing about the size of their homes instead of talking about how to deal with the present situation, which is hunger in the streets of Nigeria.
People are talking about what? Good evening, KJ and Mr. James. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
You're welcome, sir. They were reporting that the vice president said that Tinubu is a poor man and that his house in Bodlon is not even as big as his own and has very little to compare. So, in other words, he's not looking at the hunger in the streets. He's looking at the size of their houses. Is that what's going on in Nigeria now? People are talking about houses?
It is a reflection of the level of their mentality. It is a reflection of their mental reasoning capacity. It is a reflection of whom they are, that these politicians are not thinking about the well-being of the Nigerian people. So when a child speaks, you will know that a child has spoken. Just like in the Bible says in the book of Isaiah, I can't be precise with the chapter right now, but the chapter I'm referring to and the verse says, their kings are like babies. They birth from their tummy, from their belly. That is where they start birthing. So when a politician or a one who calls himself a leader is after his stomach infrastructure or these mundane things of this life. It reflects who the person is and the capacity of such individual. It's a disgraceful thing. Just like, let me borrow the word of Donald Trump. It's a disgraceful thing. Sometimes you have lunatics like P2B will always say. He said these mad people have taken over the politics of Nigeria. It is a disgraceful thing to hear such word from the Vice President of Nigeria, looking at the level of hunger. And I was even shocked when I listened to Arise News when the Nigerian Bureau of whatever was dishing out figures that the inflation has ceased. I said, is at where? I mean, maybe these people are not living in the same country where we are living. When 3 balls of tomatoes is sold at 500 naira, a tuber of yam is sold between, the cheapest is between 6,000 to 8,000. The big tuber of yam is costing about 10, 11,000. Even the other day, I was talking with Maska, we're discussing, he said, it's the same price over there in the north. The tuber of yam is going for 6,000 naira there. So you can just imagine, and you are hearing that inflation has eased. A bag of rice is the same thing. You can't even see. I bought a liter of fuel yesterday when I was coming back from work at the rate of 850 naira, and you can't even see it. Just few filling stations that are dispensing fuel to people, and they are giving us figures that inflation have eased. Eased from where? How? These people are just jokers. It's just really a pity that one found himself in such a society where people are not truthful to themselves and they are not ready to change. Things are getting worse every day. Life are getting worse in Nigeria. No electricity. As I'm talking to you, no light in my house. You go outside, everywhere is scanty. Unlike before, on Saturday like this, everywhere would be hustling and bubbling. But right now, it's no longer the same. Any person that is giving you a different news, a different information, is telling you lies. And that person will answer before God for lying to the people, for deceiving people. Whoever that brings a contrary report that all is well in Nigeria, or that the food items have come down, or that we have electricity now, or that there is job in Nigeria, or that people are not in hunger, or that people are not dropping dead because of the difficulties, because people can no longer feed, people can no longer buy drugs to maintain their health. That person is a born liar and will answer before the Almighty God one day.
Thank you, just man. What will you say about the fact that Nigerian presidential jets have been hijacked in the foreign land because of the money owed to a Chinese company by Ogun State government?
Yeah, it was also a shock when the news broke in Nigeria. Many people were really embarrassed. Myself, I was embarrassed when I heard it. I said, this may be one of those conspiracy theory. It might not be real. But as time goes on, as the day goes on, many national news were carrying it. And when I returned back from work, I was watching televisions, and virtually every TV station in Nigeria was reporting the case. It's the highest embarrassment I've seen in my lifetime in Nigeria. And also the thing exposed that Nigeria had already purchased the Airbus aircraft, you know, the one that they were telling us that the government was about, the presidential jet, they want to buy a new one. And I know that time some people did say that before they even said it, they have already paid for it. And if not that this Chinese company has had a right, a judicial empowerment to seize those planes, wouldn't have known that in the face of hunger that led Nigerians to the streets, that the youths campaigned and protested for 10 good days, that lives were lost, properties looted, that in the face of this hunger, that the federal government of Nigeria has spent billions of naira to acquire a new aircraft. I mean, in a serene society, in a society that is mundane, these things cannot happen. Sometimes I don't blame those who refer Nigeria as a jungle. Sometimes I don't blame those who call Nigeria as a zoo, because it is only in a zoo that things of this nature can happen, and nobody will bear the consequences of it. It is, I mean, it's a shameful thing. I wouldn't like anybody to refer to Nigeria again as the giant of Africa. We have lost that credibility to be called giant of Africa.
Yeah, but righteous giant of Africa does not mean that you are doing things right. A giant can be a giant. There are many useless giants in our communities that never did anything, till they passed on. So what are you saying?
No, the giant is subjective, because they didn't use the giant as a means of kind of defining our status as in population size. They use it to kind of a rhetoric to subject other African countries to be under us. We are giant financially, we are giant militarily, we are giant in terms of population and the rest of it and market size. But that's arrant nonsense. Those things doesn't work again. When Nigeria was a giant of Africa, that time has gone. It's no longer visible.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll come back to you. Welcome, the flagship. You have heard our openings and all the stories we've taken so far. Wouldn't you say, as a very reasonable individual, that this is a reoccurring decimal that does not give Nigeria a good name? Because it's not the first time a foreign company is founding on Nigerian property. If you cast your mind back, maybe like 6 months ago, the British company almost crumbled Nigeria, government. Okay, for which a British lawyer rescued us from that very, weight of that judgment. And today we are at it again. What do you think? Are we still behaving like people who understand or who learn and to learn from the past?
Well, good afternoon, KJ. Good afternoon, Mr. James and Mr. Righteous Man, and everybody else that is watching. Good afternoon from here. KJ, when you have incompetent people run affairs for any business, organization, or country, you expect things like this. This is the second national disgrace that Nigeria has encountered within the last 1 week. It's not even 2 weeks yet. Let me ask you a question, KJ. You're a journalist. Did you ever hear about this deal when it started in 2018?
No.
So why are we just finding out about it now? If this has been in the courts for this long, and they've gone from France to the US to other places where judgment has been given in favor of the Chinese firm that did business with Ogun State. Why is it just coming up now? What are our journalists in Nigeria doing? Who are the people assigned to all these aspects that should be getting this information and reporting on them real time as they happen? Here we are again. This is beyond me to say the least, and I'm short of words as to why a state will enter into an agreement with a firm, not a country, with a firm, and the federal government is getting involved when they're coming back for their money now. And how would you sign a deal that you are only getting 40% off and they are taking 60%? It's happening on your soil. They are taking 60% and you're only getting 40%. Does that not sound ridiculous? Did you even read the contract? Was it written in English language? Was it 2015, maybe 2018? I can't remember. There was one case of this nature. I think it was River State, if I'm not mistaken, where Amechi went to borrow money also from the Chinese. And it was told that the contract was written in Mandarin language. They never read it. There was no interpreter there to look through that document and see what the details are before they pen their signature on that paper with an ink.
Yeah, that was a train, the train agreement. They built the railway, yeah.
Right.
He was glad to say on national TV that it was written in Mandarin and they just were acting in good faith.
Right, in good faith, exactly. So this is where good faith has brought us to. At this point, this is what I'm hoping to hear as of today, and I'm still waiting for it. Who was the governor that was in charge at the time this contract was entered into? Who was the attorney general, the accountant general, and everybody else that were involved in the signing of this contract? We need to see them. We need to have them subpoena taken to court. The federal government, the judiciary, should have summoned these people and let them come to answer to these questions that is bringing us this national disgrace at a time where, like everybody here has said, the country is going through this much. And then they came to tell us that 3 private jets that the previous administration used for 8 years is no longer working perfectly. They needed to buy more. And we so happen to just buy these new ones. And here comes a firm, not a country now, a firm coming to seize the jets that your president had to beg that he needed the jet to meet with Macron. He was in Equatorial Guinea this week or a couple of days ago. How did he get there? And what are those 3 jets doing in France, by the way? Why are they not in Nigeria? And why would you enter into a contract that will give an upper hand to your other party that in case there's any mishap in this game, that you can take me to court anyway? Why is the case not in Nigeria? Why is Ogun State not being sued? Why is it Nigeria that is being sued? These are many questions that whoever the people are, I don't care if they are dead or alive, should be found out right now and answering questions to it. Last week, it was the Olympics, or 2 weeks ago. The sports minister, nothing has been done. And he came out and gave his flimsy excuses. We should be expecting his resignation at this time for 12 billion naira. And look at the kind of disgrace that we've got. And he's coming to tell us that he's not going to fire anybody until he investigates. This is nonsense. So to your question, KJ, have we learned any lessons? Apparently not. You know why? Because those that are in these offices don't have a single clue of what their roles or job descriptions or responsibilities. So I think that we need to really, really go back and look at who these people are that are really running the affairs of Nigeria. Like people say, we are waiting until we begin to see foreign boots on our soil, matching and controlling things. Maybe that's when we'll get it that the country has been sold. We are waiting and believe you me, if it continues this way, we'll begin to see their military boots on our soil, taking control of whatever sections or state or government parastatals that was used to sign a deal to borrow money that they are confiscating. Just yesterday, I was reading in the news, Nigeria is up again for another $500 million loan that they are going to go borrow, which the IMF or World Bank is going to sign or approve on the 16th of September.
Yeah, it seems to me that they are quickly rushing in all these loans, tying Nigeria to something that we are yet to be told. But it beats my imagination that so much loan is just being given to the country in a very short time without any clear explanation of what they are doing with those money, and they just keep giving and giving.
So
are they serving the country? What is going on?
My question to them is this: if Nigeria is broke, why are you giving them money? What is
Nigeria is not broke.
No, what they are telling us is Nigeria is broke, right? Okay. That's what they are telling us. So how are you getting these loans? What are these guys looking at to give you the loan? Because, say, for example, if I know that Mr. James is coming to ask me for money, for example, and I know that he only has a car, living in a rented apartment, and the value of his car is for, I don't know what the Guinean currency is, but the value of his car in dollars is $10,000. And Mr. James is coming to ask me for a loan of $100,000. Why would I, in my right mind, give Mr. James a loan for $100,000 when I know he's only got all his assets put together is about $10,000? It doesn't make sense. So there's got to be something that these people are not telling us. Nigeria has no business in borrowing money from anybody as it stands today. We have everything that it takes to make that country the joy of the world. It's just these guys are not seeing us as citizens. We just happen to be occupying a geographical space where they are doing business in. So nothing bothers them if the people are doing well or not. When it's election time, Nigerians are fellow citizens. When it's past election time, they are masses. It's ridiculous. And I'm surprised that this thing doesn't even bug the Nigerian people to say, wait a minute, how is this happening? That they will get up off their seat and demand for answers. So, like Mr. James said, I think a good way to go around this is take whatever the allocations are for Ogun State, use it to pay the loan. If this was a contractual agreement that is good and the Ogun State government faulted on their part, then pay the people, the company, their money. It's too much of a disgrace that is capturing global attention that we're going through. It's the first time I'm hearing it that a presidential jet is being seized by a company, not a country now. A company seizing it, and the president of that country is having to beg for that jet to make a trip. And the jets are brand new jets that were just bought on the backs of the Nigerian people. So if this doesn't make the skin of the Nigerian people to jump off their bodies and demand for answers, I don't know what else would.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, the flagship. Now, I want, again, for purpose of clarity, to say that this platform is not a government, one arm of a political party trying to make an inroad into Nigerian politics. No. So when you come to this platform, we have come to a place of exchanging ideas for those who want to hear and those who do not, well, those who want to make use of it can take it. We are not going to evolve from being what we are, which is just a talk shop, a changing of ideas, interacting what is going on in Nigeria, and bringing up questions that hitherto may not be asked by the local journalists to fall. Please, quick making if you don't want to come, it's okay. Don't come and tell us that we're here every week talking. No, we'll still be here next week when we're still going to talk. Okay? You have not shut down CNN, SMBC, Fox News for talking. They've established they are a talking station. Piers Morgan has been talking since I was a child, and he's still talking to today. It's a talk shop. So please get it and let that be, be known. We are not here to try. We're not here also to converse for any view. We are just a Nigerian people, a set of people in Nigeria that are concerned about what goes on in our country. We are not here to bring about a change of government or to, we're not here for that. If you are here for that, please go to another platform. This platform is for us to discuss, rub minds together, and see how it can help. Okay? Thank you. All right. Bob Chisco, you are welcome. And what says that? You have heard, how, the flagship has spoken passionately and as well as other people. What will you say? Because I'm thinking that a people who think well about their country we take an example, or we make one of these that happened before never happen again. But I've seen it over and over. First and foremost, just like Flash have drawn our attention to, in the Olympics, for crying out loud, our athletes had to borrow a bike to compete. The same Olympic, they omitted a name of an athlete whom they flew with to the place of the competition. Who does that? Please, let's hear your view. And of course, you have seen the other things. You can intervene in whichever way you want to. Yeah, well, you are muted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. KJ. Thank you, Mr. Flagship, Righteous Man, Mr. James. I greet you all. Yeah, before I start off, Mr. Righteous Man, I would want to find out. I heard you say the streets of Lagos are deserted, are empty. Where has people gone to? Inside their house in this hot weather?
Yeah.
What happened?
People are in their houses because there is no money to spend. There is no joy, no happiness. Nigerians are in the state of mourning. Nobody is happy.
I used to know how Lagos used to bubble on weekends like this. Every bar, every joint is busy. You know, people having fun, enjoying life. It's very, very unfortunate. Now, Mr. Flagship asked us a question. He said, the people need to demand an answer. Demand an answer from who? Who are we demanding answers from? My brother, Nigeria, what happens in Nigeria? I don't know. I don't know from where our help will come from. I don't know from where. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I don't know from where our help will come from. Some religious people will say our hope is only placed on God. And it has eluded us. This hope we have always clamored for, we've become hopeless. We've become hopeless in Nigeria. If you throw out a poll today asking Nigerians on the streets what they think of Nigeria in the nearest future, believe you me, I don't think we can get up to 20% of Nigerians who will believe that Nigeria will get better. I was listening on a program on the one TV station, a man who used to be an advocate of hopefulness, who says that he believes in Nigeria, says that he no longer believes in Nigeria, that Nigeria of our dream has eluded us. It's quite unfortunate. Under this APC's clueless leadership of Nigeria, citizens doesn't matter at all. The citizens, the people, doesn't matter. On the issue of plane, before we discussed about, by the time we started hearing it as a grapevine, Fabio came up and said, nothing like that is happening. But that plane has already been paid for, in full. In full. Was it not the same Fabio that said, leave those who are protesting, let them go and be protesting while we stay in our house and be enjoying? Who holds them accountable? That is the reason why Nigerians took to the streets. But usually we see what happens. People are killed, people are shot at, they try to silence the people in the streets. I wouldn't want to say the only savior Nigeria will have is a revolution, but as Dele Farotimi will always say, that this much talked about revolution will start from the north. And every day, 10 days, 1 week after this thing ended in Nigeria, there are still pockets of riots and uprisings. People have continued to show their anger on their leaders in the north. Let's continue to watch, because these people, if they have that morality, they would have used these 10 days protests from Nigerians to look inwards, to ask themselves some questions. Guys, things are going out of hand. I think it is the right time for us to start doing things the right way, because if things are not done the right way, these people might come on us. They don't want to read the handwriting on the wall, like what happened in Kenya. They see that what happened in Kenya, and Kenya is homogeneous. Nigeria is heterogeneous, where they use religion, tribe, culture, this to keep people silent. But one day will be one day. On the issue of the sporting activity that just ended in France, my brother, it is also another aspect of that shame that they have continued to rub us on the face, to the extent that a Nigerian biker or a contender had to borrow a bike from a German colleague, to borrow a bicycle to do her own this thing. And up to today, the Minister of Sports, that man from Akwa Ibom or Cross River, that man is still having his office. He has not resigned. In a country where failure is highly rewarded, 12 billion naira was budgeted and expended for this Olympics in France. So 12 billion naira had just gone down the drain. And probably monies budgeted to procure equipment and all those bikes went into private pockets, those who have been appointed to head various committees of that sports. Nobody has come out to tell Nigerians what happened. Why would a Nigerian contender have to go and borrow a bike from another person? Is that not a shame? Is that not a shame? And not even a bronze, not even a perforated coin. I was comparing this Olympics and Atlanta 96, where we won, I think, four medals. Yeah? 4 medals, 2 gold, 1 bronze, and 1 silver. Chioma Ajoma got us a gold. Nigerian Super Eagles got us a gold in the soccer. But look at it, how many years behind Atlanta 1996? Instead of us growing, we are going backwards. Where lies the hope? Where lies the hope? In fact, I got to leave it here, my brother. What happens in Nigeria? What happens in Nigeria? Nobody is happy about it. And these people, our life doesn't matter to them. But one day shall be one day. We are looking forward to that day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, coming to you, Mr. James, and we have actually been, on this topic for a while. Is there any hope that things will change because of this continually? I would call it a mistake, and there's an analogy which you painted, which I want to explore. You say it's like these people deliberately go into this default arrangement so that those Nigerian counterparts can get the booty, part of the booty that is being shared.
Yeah.
And it will not be the first, because remember that the Malamu government, the Malamu former Minister for Justice, had some fallout from that arrangement, which the money that was, Abacha loot that came back to Nigeria. He set up a committee, and that committee were paid part of their money as their legal fee, even though there was no legal fee attached to that return of those monies. It seemed to me that that's what is happening, because for the love of man, I don't know how you will say, just like a flagship painted, 2018. Okay, you constantly have commissioner for justice in those states, and nobody saw this agreement till it got to this point that they had to seize Nigerian assets because of the loan that Ogun State entered.
You see, we are probably grappling with a gigantic problem. In fact, there are a lot of things happening which you and me will never know in our lifetime. If these planes were not seized or grounded, we would not have known that there is a case of this nature going on behind the scene. And a lot of things too are happening. So maybe those in the ruling class will just be laughing at us, because what we know is not up to 1%. That is 1 over 100 of what they are doing. So when these things, get to public attention, to them is something very funny that, oh, we are doing very well. At least, compared to what we are doing, what do they really know? I don't know if you get what I mean. So that is how I see the whole show. The entire country is rotting. is corrupt. And we should just call a spade a spade. I still want to believe that there's a deal being struck somewhere behind the scene over this aircraft business. Anyway, that is that. Concerning the Olympics, what's it called, non-performance. I remember when I was, I think in high school, or I just left high school, there was an Olympic game in Moscow or somewhere, I can't remember. Nigeria did not win any medal. Rather, they returned with a scandal. One of the girls who was scheduled to participate in an event, she was forcibly taken to the airport and flown back before the commencement of her event, on the ground that she refused to go to bed with one of the officials. That's why she was deported to Nigeria. And Nigeria returned without a single medal. So this type of scandals have been happening in the past. It's just that in those days, there was nothing like internet. So this information are not stored. So this is, that's why we are a bit surprised. More horrendous things have happened in the past. But because it did not get to public attention, nothing seemed to be happening. We will not get out of this problem because, as I always say, there will never be a change without a revolution. There will never be a change without a revolution. Although not all revolutions can bring about the desired changes. We are just, I don't know what to say because, anyway, so it was Socrates who said that the people get the government they deserve. And I think the man is perfectly correct.
All right, thank you. Righteous man, you people have the government you deserve. So maybe the government don't want you people to eat food. So you people deserve it because you are not complaining that you are hungry. Is that true?
Absolutely not true. Socrates made that submission based on the environment he was operating at that time. And I beg to differ from that submission.
Hold on. What environment are you operating right now? Is there no hunger in the streets? Is there no lack of economic activities going on right now? We just said some few minutes ago that Lagos is almost dry, like nobody's there any longer. What is remaining for people to arise and be able to call a spade and take their own destiny in their hands?
Yeah, KJ. Nigerians are dying on daily basis. In their tens and in their hundreds and in their thousands. Were you aware that nursing sisters were kidnapped in Benue? I think about 40 yesterday or thereabout. Did you hear the kidnapped of some medical workers in Enugu State? Did you hear about the killing going on in Borno? Are you aware of the instability that is going on in the East right now that is not reported in the media space? Now, we are operating a volatile, we are operating a volatile state, a state that is seated at an instance of explosion, just like OBJ stated last week, that Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. If you ask me, I will tell you that virtually everybody is fed up. Everybody is fed up. So saying that Nigerians, referring to Socrates and saying that Nigerians have the kind of government or leadership they want, I differ from it because 37% couldn't have represented the majority of Nigerians in the last election. If somebody scored 37% and he became a president, it means that more than 63% of the voters did not vote for him. So we do not we have not gotten the kind of leadership we deserve. Rather, we've gotten the leadership that the elite class have given to us. And that is why we are where we are today. We are facing hunger. We are facing poverty. We are facing debt. We are facing infrastructure decay. We are facing all kinds of abnormalities that shouldn't happen in a 21st century society. Now, let me say this. Don't be shocked if tomorrow we discover that the crude oil that Nigeria is dependent on have been mortgaged through borrowing. And that may be the secret why they have not been able to release enough crude oil to Dangote. That may be one of the reasons why they are dangling all kinds of stories you are hearing day by day. Because it could be that all the loans that the government have been collecting, they may have mortgaged our crude oil with those loans. And we are thinking that we have oil to export, while the oil belongs to the creditors. Just like we are seeing about this presidential aircraft that have been seized in France. Okay. And I was reading this morning that a court in the United States also have given a go-ahead for a seizure of Nigerian assets in the US. And that may also happen in Canada, in Japan, Solomon Island, and in the UK. Okay. So we are in a very peculiar situation that Nigerians abroad, I've been calling on Nigerians abroad. If there is going to be savior, Nigerians abroad will be the Nigeria savior. Because you got a lot to do that nobody will harass you. Even as I'm talking to you today, maybe next Saturday I may not be here because they may listen to me now and go after me. So it's a terrible situation we're in. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Adeniyi, if you are packed, we will get you on, but we don't take people while they're driving. So if you stop, we can give you an opportunity to speak.
Please, let me quickly respond. I promise not to consume much time. When I say the people get the government they deserve, this is what I mean. When I was living in Nigeria, during Shagari's, I think, second election, 1983, if I'm not mistaken, in Ondo State, Akin Omobori and Michael Ajashin contested the election, UPN, NPN. When they declared Akin Omobori winner, the people of Ondo State said, no, this is not the man we voted for. They took over the streets. The Supreme Court had no option to instantly reverse the judgment. Then the second example is Babangida's time. He dribbled the nation 3 times. He promised to hand over. First time, he disappointed us. Second time, the same thing. The third time, when the Yorubas told him enough is enough, nobody compelled him to make up his mind that I'm stepping aside. Down to this day, he's still stepping aside. He did not say I'm resigning. So when Nigerians are tired of saying they are tired, they will know what to do.
All right.
And lastly, please, I'm very sorry. Lastly,
go ahead.
We should be very careful. Those who are abroad, that's Nigerians in the diaspora, responding to the needs of the people of Nigeria. In this country where I live, for example, there's what they call sedition law. If I should connive with anybody against the government of Nigeria, I can be prosecuted in this country and sent to jail or deported for engaging myself in subversive activities. So if you are saying that those in London, Paris, New York, Australia should come together, raise money, look, it has terribly serious implications. A lot of people will be landed into problems. Those who are at home, they should do what they can to correct the situation. We abroad, we are doing what we can to sustain them at home. Most of our income here, we remit it to the people at home in the form of foreign remittances. So they should not create problems for us just because we are abroad. It's cowardice on their part if they are unable to take the bull by the horn. If the Yorubas force Babangida from office, if people of Ondo State gave Michael Ajashi his entitlement, what stopped them from doing the same thing now? At least we've not forgotten them. We still send money home. This is why remittances from abroad is one of the major sources of income of the federal government of Nigeria today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that's good to note that those Nigerians abroad are contributing immensely to holding back families. And that's why the situation is even a bit bearable, because it's no longer about the ones who do not have. Even those who are in government are asking for. Those we know that our businessmen are asking for. And so, again, on this platform, our desire is to see that Nigeria moves forward and to see that good governance and good policies are implemented. We'll keep raising the questions, irrespective of who doesn't think we're making any progress. We'll keep raising those questions and make a useful discussion and inroad into what can be done to better the lives of Nigerians. But we are not going to be, going to, of course, go beyond discussing these things. If we want to, and anybody who picks an interest knows how to go about that. It's not for us to say on this platform. More so that not everything that is discussed in the open space. Mr. Adeni, I'm still waiting for you to park your car so that we can talk to you. We're not going to take you if you keep driving. If you park, we can give you an opportunity to make your comment before you continue. Is that okay?
KJ, please, can I say something, please, KJ?
Go ahead.
Okay, my brother, Mr. James,
yes,
I don't think that anyone is asking any Nigerian in diaspora to contribute money to fight the government. But we do know, and we've seen on televisions, we are citizens of other countries were protesting in the countries where they reside against their own sitting government in their various countries. We've had some, at least I've witnessed some in Germany. I've witnessed during the Arab Spring happening in various countries in Africa. While Arab people that are scattered all over the world, in their various countries, they were protesting. That is not seditious.
Okay.
That is not doing anything against the law. It is our right to protest. And I made my submission not asking you to go and contribute money to fight the government. No. They are a kind of journalism, a kind of writing an article, a kind of publication is enough to send a message that Nigerians abroad are really tired of what is going on here. So that's just what I try to, inform us.
Okay, thank you. And I thought we were going to take Mr. Denny, but it's like his network is failing him. Yeah, the flagship. Before we come to Bob Chisco, the flagship. What have you to say? I'm sorry. What have you to say concerning so far the discussion?
Well, so far the discussion is great. I was going to give a quick response to the gentleman that spoke before, I guess right after I spoke. Last week here, right, he asked the question, who are we or who are Nigerians going to hold accountable or demand for answers from with reference to these kind of behaviors that are going on and how the country is being governed and ran. Last week, we heard about the bill that the Speaker of the House of Rep was going to put out, which in all angles, looking at that bill from page 1 to the end, is anti-people. It's anti-Nigerians. And if, from what we heard, that bill was heading for the second reading, and following that, if it had succeeded, would have been law or gone through the process so quick. These days, we know that it doesn't take them up to a week for bills to be passed and requests to be made without proper consideration and debate on the floor. But as we speak today, that bill has been pulled back by the same speaker. Now, how did he, or what prompted him to pull back or pull the bill back and not push it forward? Because the people spoke, because we spoke, because we asked questions, because we made him understand the facts, the truth, versus what this bill that supports or protects the politicians, religious leaders and institutions, and the traditional leaders, and totally excludes the Nigerian people. Rather, the punishments in the bill was all measured on the Nigerian people with jail terms and fines. But today it's not there. So you imagine that if the people had kept quiet and said nothing and just said, oh, well, here they go again with another bill, it would have been pushed. And you and I sitting down here today speaking could have been in violation of that law. And the average Nigerians on the street would be totally silenced. Nobody can say anything. Because if you do, they can come after you and put you in jail. Or if you do, and you're in the diaspora, your name and information can be captured and put in the Nigerian immigration system. And the day you take a flight from here to wherever you are to Nigeria, there goes the cuffs on your hand, and you'll be charged for whatever reason they want to charge you. But we spoke out, and we told them told the guy it cannot happen. How do you come up with these? So these are the ways we can ask for accountability. These are the ways we can demand for answers to the pertinent questions that we have. The more we keep silent, and the more we overlook these things and say, oh, well, they are in power today, let's pray to God, or let's wait for another election cycle, and hopefully things will get better. If we keep doing that, the deeper the hole that they're digging us into will get. So I think that you in Nigeria, those of us here in the diaspora, we have pertinent roles to play. Yes, Mr. James, I agree that there are some actions that the folks in the diaspora could take that could be considered as actions against the sovereignty of any nation or a government. But also there are actions that can be taken by Nigerians or citizens of the nation who are in the diaspora that would also hold the government accountable. And here's what I've been thinking about lately. I don't know too much about these international policies. I'm trying to read up on those and get some more education on it. The IMF, the World Bank, that are just dishing out these loans that Nigeria requests for without proper consideration, without even thinking about the citizens and the people that will be paying this back, children that are alive today, and maybe those that are unborn. Can we not petition the World Bank? Can we not petition the IMF and say, please, we need you to stop issuing out these loans? I don't know if that's doable, but if it is, if it is, we can write a petition to them. Our government is sinking us into a hole we cannot come out of. And we're afraid that we may lose our nation. And we as citizens may not have anywhere to go. Or our people back home may not have any place to call home. Can we make these steps and push forward, at least put a little bit of check and balance to these frivolous demands for money for which we don't even see what they use it for in Nigeria?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Flagship. Thank you for bringing another dimension to it. But I want to ask you a question. The same people who are going to write this letter to are the same people who know the situation Nigeria is and continuously give that loan. Do you think they don't know what they're doing? So listen, I'm coming, sir. You know, I as a journalist, I had the opportunity to go to Ground Zero. Okay, Ground Zero is that place they call the Sambisa Forest, and we only found out that it was a well-developed place with some, I don't want to call the names of the nationals that are found there. The place are developed, things are going on, normal life is lived there. Okay. And what was the reason for going there? We're going to give lecture on how to manage information and how to be able to do journalism and all that, media management, actually. So what am I saying? I'm saying that these things, there's so many things going on behind the scene, and it's only going to be the government that is concerned about its people that will say, we will not go this route. But it's for the interest of the international community. They will never change from being that new colonialist movement, and it is only against a certain people. I don't want to go beyond that, but it's only against a certain people. Well, you see, there are many topics we can discuss outside of this forum, but we cannot discuss here. Okay, and so why am I saying that? I'm saying to say that it is for their interest. You see, somebody made a very right point here. How come Dangote does not have a mere 16 badges a year? 16 badges only of crude. All right. How come the Navy is sitting in Nigeria and a badge comes into international water? Loading of a badge does not take 3 hours, 4 hours. Sometimes it goes for days, depending on how big it is. And it sits in the international water with all the naval ships we have, and it loads for maybe 3 or 4 days, and then after that leaves the same shore of Nigeria. That's not very big. In less than 1 hour, you could go through the shores of Nigeria, and yet nobody sees them. Does it not seem to look as if it is the hand of Esau that is in this business?
So KJ, let me give you an example. I'll start with this, or rather, let me give you a response quickly, and I'll start with this. In 2021, I was going on a business trip, and I happened to meet one of our senators at the airport. He was actually on the same flight that I was. And while we were at the gate waiting, I walked up to him and greeted him, and we chatted for a minute. So he picked up my accent, and he said, "Oh, well, so where are you from? Your birth country?" And I said, "Nigeria." He said, "Oh, wow, a great country with so much potential and resources." And I was like, "Yeah, but we're having a hard time right now." He said, "Yes, I know. We know about it." And my question directly to him was, "You're a senator from my state, and you know about this. What are you guys doing to help the African people?" "Well, let me speak of my country, Nigeria, that you're aware of." And his eyes lit up, and he said, "Well, what are the people doing? What are you guys doing? You guys are not speaking up. It's your country, and you have to speak up. You have to hold your leaders accountable. If you people speak up, we hear you from here." That is a loaded statement. The reason why these things are happening and why you think that these same guys may not be able to do what we demand for is because we are complacent. We sit down, we don't say anything, we take it as it comes, forgetting that these politicians and privileged folks that are in office, I don't like to call them elites, they are not. They parley with these foreign governments. The governments, they know, look, if you can subject your people and we get what we want from you and they don't say anything, oh, it's all well and good. But do you know that if the Nigerian people push back today, I mean push back really hard, these same foreign nationals or governments will turn around and tell them that, look, your people are crying out. It's going to endanger our investments and our interest in your country if this continues to go on. So go back home and fix the problem, or at least give them some relief and let them calm down. So until we get to that point where we push back, where we really hold these guys accountable, those in the West will pull back a little bit and watch and see how it goes before they make any form of advancement. So we have to. There is a way out. Yes, they are playing with them, they parley with them, they control all of these things, but it's because we, the people, just take it as it comes, and nobody's asking questions. Nobody's confronting them. Nobody is saying, why is it this way? I mean, we see our politicians here in the West. I've met a few of them, and it's despicable when you see them around. Of course, yeah, they drive cars, go to a rental car facility, pick up their own cars and drive. Governors of states, senators, House of Rep members. Nobody drives them here. Nobody cares about them here. But when you ask them these questions, then they begin to hide. So as it is right now, when they meet Nigerians, they really don't want to talk to them or do anything with them for fear of being confronted. So until we start to begin asking questions and demanding for, I mean, when I say demanding for answers, we are demanding for it. If we have a conversation about accountability today, we put a timestamp on it. In 6 months, we are meeting again to talk about the progress we've made on this subject, accountability. We're not going to go back to another subject until we get good results or good answers from you. Then they begin to know that the people know what's going on and they have to give answers. But when we talk about it today, for example, Paris Olympics last week, it's almost fizzling out. Nobody's going to hear about it again. The media is not going to talk about it. Nobody's going to call the minister and say, come give account. He's giving his own side of the story, and he's told her that he's going to ask questions within his team. And he dies there. The media is not going to say anything about it. Here we are again with a new one. 3 jet planes that belong to the presidency seized apparently in Paris. Nobody's going to talk about it again, I bet you, by the end of next week. This is how it keeps going.
Yeah. Thank you. And I want to come to you, Bob Chisco. And now, don't you think the turnaround of news in Nigeria seems to be very funny? Because once the thing is reported, there's no follow-up. Once they mention it on their, before now it used to be 30 million Nigerians cannot be wrong, NTA. Okay. So now that government have lost the ability to control the narrative, even the private media mention things that are of national importance once, and that is all. If they even do mention it at all, what is happening? Is it that we have totally lost the ability to stand the ground where we can be a nation? Or is it that somebody is deliberately making sure that Nigerians just keep bolting out of the country so that at the end, whatever is left of the country, they can manage? What is happening?
You see, on the issue of the media and the people, you mentioned about CNBC, CNN, and all these foreign televisions. These are television stations that have stood out for years, people who do their job, not looking backwards on any sanctions coming from the government. When we were growing up, NTA used to be darling station of every Nigerian then. Today, visually, can you count how many people that will tell you they still know if NTA exists? I know NTA exists today, but how many Nigerians have interest today as it used to be back in the days when we were growing up? Today, NTA is seen as a puppet, as an appendage of the government. Who or what director general comes to NTA to say what will go against the people in government? The next day you find yourself out, another person replaces you, and nobody asks question. You go to court, and the court will be waiting for you, as they used to say, go to court. And they tell you go to court because they know they have their Abraham and Isaac and Jacob in various arms of judiciary. My brother, the mainstream media in Nigeria today, they have not done much to ameliorate all these goings on in Nigeria. Arise TV, TVC, channels, AIT, and these 4 let me say, the notable ones that are always out there speaking up. But to what extent are they speaking up? You find yourself on these television stations, even when you want to speak, they will go ahead beforehand to caution you to be wary of what you say. Can you imagine? To be wary of what you say. Because of what? They don't want the NBC to come after them because of what a guest has said. on their TV. We have heard severally how NBC slammed Arise TV on what some of their guests, came to say on their TV channels. Should it be like that? No, because the government want the TV stations to always make sure that their guests speaks what the government wants to hear. They don't want to hear the truth. You keep maltreating the people, and when people come out on TV to speak, you want to shut them up. Last week I was watching Professor, what's that his name? Sam Ahmadi. When they had a briefing, the man came out to say the fact that the destruction of 2023 general election, that Judiciary and INEC should be held accountable. That everything that went wrong on that election should be placed on the neck of the Judiciary and INEC. Because what they told us they're going to do, according to the law, they failed to do it. And when the people went to the court to seek justice, it was then that people started to believe, oh, is that the reason why they tell you go to court? Go to court. Because go to court has become a language that whenever you hear it, you immediately know what they mean. After all, we put them there and they must do our bidding. The judiciary has been pocketed, and judiciary that should be seen as a tool to help to fight for the citizens, to speak truth to power. The judiciary today in Nigeria has gone below what is expected. Like, look at all these podcasts that is existing now, people using their private channels, like this thing we are doing here on Dr. Damage's show. This is organic. People come out here to speak their mind. Nobody comes to tell us what to say. We say it the way we want to say it. Whether it is what you want to hear or what you don't want to hear. We say it because we are concerned. We are concerned. If I used to send money back home once in a month, previously, under this devilish government of APC, the period I used to send money back home now has tripled. If you used to send money back home once, it is now 3 times or 4 times in a month. Because of what? Inflation has taken everything. It has taken everything. My brother, our help can only come when Nigerians do the needful. And that needful to me, I see it coming very soon. In any way where it will come. It will come. Yeah.
Thank you so much. When you can criticize Babangida for a lot of things, but one of the things you cannot criticize Babangida is he was not somebody who suppresses people who are radicals. Because only a radical mind that can give you, you see, I was reading about Bill Gates, and he says he employs 2 kinds of people: the very intelligent ones, and the ones that are very lazy. He said because the very intelligent ones will create those complicated machines, and they will put the process to it, to manipulate it, very complicated. Then he takes the machine and give to the very lazy ones, and the very lazy ones will look at it and say, why do you have to go A, B, C, D, E, F to get to just Z? You can actually just do A, B, and you are already in Z. So that is why his machines seem to be a bit not as complex as other ones, because he thinks about those who are, not very, lazy guys who don't just want to move their brain. But Babangida's time, he said, for a society that destroys its radicals, that society is doomed. The Igbos have a saying: you can only caution look, in my community, there's a time that when you go for wrestling, the wrestling becomes, if your community is being defeated, the young men there may want to fight. They either sit and watch people fight. When the fight has been fought properly and you now know who is stronger, they divide the fight. And you go to your community, your home, and your father say, hey, Mwam, that is my son, you have done well. The way you were able to take up that means that you can take challenge when I'm not here. You are taught to stand and take, a very aggressive position, especially against anybody who's trying to, interfere in your family. So if you destroy the young men in Nigeria who are asking those questions, why? Who is going to stand in for Nigeria in the next 10, 20, 30 years? Or are you hoping that the same leadership that is occupying the position now will keep occupying that position even in the next 30 years? Mr. Righteous Man, you are sitting in the streets of Lagos. Tell us, is that people don't want people who can ask the pertinent question, the otherwise question, the heart-probing, mind-searching questions? You don't like such people?
KJ, the truth remains that the Nigerian society, the way the country is structured, it hates truth. Though somebody will ask, define truth. Truth is subjective. But the truth is this, that the society, the country we call our own, the structure of this country cannot produce anything that will benefit the people. I've been one of those clamoring for a total restructuring of Nigeria if Nigeria will still remain as a federation. This country needs to be restructured. For example, when you go to the police and maybe you have somebody there you want to bail, in every police station in Nigeria is written bail is free. But actually, bail is not free. And when you refer to the sitting policeman who happens to be the IPO to the case and say, but sir or ma, on the wall here is written bail is free. He will tell you, I beg, forget that thing. I beg, okay. It's like you're not ready to get your person out of the case or whatever. So you see that it's a society that is built on deception, lies. Deception, lies. And in such society, the best can never be given the opportunity of leadership. So that is why you hear the popular saying in Nigeria, if you can't beat them, you join them. It is a society where when you stand for truth, you will be hated for saying the truth. People will go for your head for standing for truth or saying the right thing. It is only few Nigerians who believe that it is only truth that can set this country free, stands and speak truth to power, not minding what happens to them tomorrow. You have had prominent Nigerians suddenly disappear, suddenly gone, and nobody asks question, what happened? How did it manage? Why should this thing happen? Look at in the US, they are still probing up to today the attempted assassination of President Donald Trump. If it were in Nigeria, it would have been a silent case. After 1 week, you won't hear of it again. So it's not as if we that are here, we don't want a good person to rule us, but the structure that we have on ground here would be, it will be very difficult. In fact, it's impossible to throw up a good person to become the leader of this country. Look at Akpabio, the Senate president, who was indicted. Look at billions of naira. He was under the EFCC radar. But the moment he joined APC, his criminal case was dropped. Look at Ojo Zokano, mention for a few. So it's a system that rewards evil, that rewards criminality. And this system can never produce anything good. Because if you refuse to play along with them, they will go after you.
All right.
So that is just it.
Thank you so much. And I want to remind our audience, both those who are here and those who are in the comment section, this channel is solely run by Dr. Damages, and he's using his own personal funds. It will help if we all can help to send us a super chat, whatever you can do to try to, reduce the burden that's upon his shoulders right now, and it will be welcomed. Meanwhile, if you like our approach also, please support us, invite your friends to this platform. Let's also increase in number, not only in money, but also in number. All right, let's make traction. And the next question, or next topic we're going to be discussing is about the Supreme Court that is about to have a new leadership. And that new leadership is going to either make or mar or the existing what's already has been on ground. And I dare to say that we don't know how that's going to play out. And we don't know what is going to be this thing. What do you say? And while you're thinking of what to say, I want you to enjoy this piece of music that comes from the place that I come from. And the young man just sings to a beautiful song. And while you put your thoughts together, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Onye ọma zoro bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ịbịa bunye gokwanụ m n'ofube n'azụ ụlaga n'ịbịa zigo mmanwụ ụlaga do n'ịbịa zigo akwa nwa nwilochi o biko rapụ zoro ka ọ nabazi ya onye ọma zoro biko abụmma nwatara ndasari ịbịa onye nịgwana m ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo mma ụlagado n'ịbịa zigo abụmma nwilochilo biko rapụ zoro ọ na-abazi ya Mazi welcome Odogu no kwere zinenke Onyo mani gadele mo Mazi ni mazi kame Ibu go with melody Where's your phone? Odogu na chala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigo no. Ma olaga doni pesigo. Amama wilo chilo. Bigora buzo. Anabazi. Say. Onye zoro ne abama zoro ne sorry ibia moya no kwana mo ofube naru olaga no ne biazugo nazaboy olaga.
Okay, you're welcome back. And thank you for that short break. And we needed to get that break so that we can make our coffee fresh. And maybe whatever you're taking, it's a weekend. So, and it's have your say. And on this platform, we allow you to express it the way you want to express it. Yes. Now, recently, I think like yesterday or thereabout, there was this notice that the Chief Justice of Nigeria will be retiring, and it was going to be replaced by Justice Kudirat. And so the question would be, having seen how the previous judgments and all that went, are we hoping that things will change? Are we going to get a better deal with the woman who's probably be the second woman to head that office? Are we going to get a better deal this time around? Or are we still going to continue the same trajectory where justices of the Supreme Court decide to be an advocate for also political parties when the cases are brought? Like we saw in the last case where the chief judge or the justices themselves turned around to blame the parties that brought cases to them for even bringing the case in the first place, and help to now manufacture figures as they did in the one in Imo State that will help to put the person in government. Do you think that there's going to be a change in our judicial operation? Will there be more transparency? Will there be less corruption? Is she going to bring a new wave? And I'll come to you, Mr. James, so we'll go from that point.
Yeah, I still stand by what I said earlier on. There cannot be a change without a revolution. That's just it. And if the chief, anyway, I don't know how to put it. The problem is this: we have consistently refused to learn from history. Our nearest neighbor, one of our nearest neighbors, Ghana, went through what we are going through now in Nigeria. I remember when General Rawlings was in office, the judges were misbehaving in the country. They were passing what I call funny judgments, what is not expected of them. And a group of, I don't know whether to call them patriots, well, it's up to the Ghanaians. A group of Ghanaians got themselves together and they did what they were not expected to do in the interest of the country. In the course of doing what they are not expected to do, I think 3 or 4 judges were extrajudicially executed. They were killed at a place called Bondasi in Greater Accra region, on your way to Aflao. That's where they killed them in the night. Till this day, the Ghanaians are still asking a very crucial question: who killed the judges? Nobody has been able to give them satisfactory answer. Although some boys were executed, Amatekwe and others, they were executed somewhere near Sawan prison. But the execution of those boys for the act, for the deeds, or should I call it the atrocities they committed, did not satisfy the Ghanaians. They want to know who killed the judges, because there were 1 or 2 people who were let off the hook for certain important reasons known to the Ghanaian government of General Rawlings. Anyway, so what we are going through now, they've already gone through those things in the past. We're supposed to learn from them. The ruling class in Nigeria, they don't need to be fantastically corrupt the way they are rotting now to live good lives. Let me put it that way. Look, if Nigeria is properly organized, let's say Nigeria is an industrialized country, we're producing very light goods like computers, ceiling fans, refrigerators, and motorcycles and things like that. The whole of West Africa would have been our exclusive economic zone, because West Africans, they travel all the way to Japan to get those goods. So what they need to do is just hire a motor vehicle here, drive to Nigeria, buy whatever they want to buy, and come back. The Minister of Trades and Industries in Nigeria will be one of the richest in the whole wide world, because he's in a position to manipulate things to favor Nigerian businessmen to sell their goods in West Africa. And as a mark of gratitude, the businessmen, they know exactly what to do to maintain those policies, since we are interested in this backyard business. But the way we are going right now, believe me, we are inching towards a calamity. This is exactly how the Civil War started. The country was badly organized, the military was compromised, and a lot of hopeless things happened behind the scene. And at the end of the day, we plunged ourselves into a 3-year civil war. We learned nothing from that war. We've got to a situation right now whereby the masses are no longer patriotic. Let's assume that a foreign power, not even a power, an African country want to invade Nigeria. Just like Cameroon, we had problem with them over Bakassi. They were able to get themselves together and they send their troops into Nigeria. Take it or leave it. Nigerian troops, will not impede their progress in the course of overrunning Nigeria. When September 11 happened in the USA, Afghanistan never knew that it was a calamity to them. When the US descended on them, in fact, they learned a lesson future generations will hate to remember. Now let us assume that a Nigerian, like that boy who tried to bomb an aircraft in the USA, good, let's assume that that aircraft was crashed on a nuclear weapon site, or a nuclear reactor, or State House, or that White House in the USA, or any of the capitals in the, well-developed countries of the world like France, Britain, Germany. If they decide to wreak irreparable havoc on Nigeria, Nigerians will not do anything at all about it because of what the ruling class has subjected us to. Patriotism no longer exists in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Calamities are on the way coming, but we do not know how it will come because no man can see the future. We can only predict or forecast what tomorrow will be. The country is in a very funny situation, and we should be prepared for anything. I don't support bloodshed, but there is need for the present political dispensation to be swept aside. We need a new political agenda. So that is just it. The country is in a very sorrowful state.
Okay, thank you, sir. The flagship, the baton of justice is going to change in by August 22nd to another person, a lady this time. If the government don't change change her, do you think that a woman, I haven't seen the first female who have occupied that position, she didn't bring much changes, but do you think that this one coming now will bring a better change, so much so that Supreme Court judges will no longer be, people who declare who should win an election or who should not? Do you think there's going to be a shift in style of judgment, or we're going to still remain on the same level?
Well, KJ, as they usually say, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. You can only tell how good that pudding will be when you taste it. Justice Kudirat, I haven't heard too much about her. I don't know so much about her, but here's my take on it. If this is not a political appointment or selection, then I really would want to look at her antecedents. What kind of cases she's presided over, how justice was served. Was she a justice that handled cases based and gave judgments based on emotions or connections? Did she favor certain classes of people, or did the kind of justice she gave, did it favor majorly whoever the winning party is based on what the law says, and not just what she felt like or who she's connected to or who she knows? These are the criteria that I would look at to want to sort of like gauge what her time in office or as the Chief Justice would look like. Also, I really want to, like Mr. James said, Nigeria is in, and I hate to use this word, it's like the more you look, the less you see. It's sort of like a abracadabra kind of situation. That's where we are right now. I want to know who she is. Where did she go to school? I want to see her CV. I want to know what and how she's been involved in the judicial system in Nigeria. What kind of cases she presided over, and how long has she been a justice for? How did she get appointed to the bench? And who appointed her? Was it a government-based appointment, or was it an appointment that was based on merit, that she actually got it based on what she has achieved in her career? These are the things that will determine for me to see if she's going to be a Chief Justice that will give judgments based on what the actual interpretation of the law is, or rather what she's asked to do by the government. If she's appointed or favored by the government, current government, then I'm sorry, the trajectory is not going to be any different from what it has been with this guy that's gone out now. But if she got there based on merit and her past history, or her history rather, says that she's been a judge that has really given judgments based on what the law says without favoritism, and she stood by it, and here she is about to be appointed or made the Chief Justice of the nation, then I think I'd have some relief that maybe Nigeria might begin to take the right course towards a better nation with a good Chief Justice on the seat or in the court, where the law would not be subverted, or the people's wish would not be suppressed because she's favored by the present administration or government or anybody in power, so to say. So I'll leave it at that. I wait to see. I'm gonna read more about her and then kind of project from there and see what we're looking at.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sorry, Mr. KJ.
Okay.
The people of Benin City have a saying, "Enye or bienye," that it is snakes that give birth to snakes. We'll be expecting too much from this woman.
Okay.
He cannot deliver anything. It is snakes that give birth to snakes. Enye or bienye.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, having a feedback. All right, thank you. And Justice Kudarat is one of the most senior justices in the Supreme Court, and of course, the National Judicial Commission. Somebody was asking, how do you get the National Judicial Commission selects a particular number of people and sends to to the presidency, who will eventually approve, and send to pick one and send to the Senate and all that. So whatever be the case, what we are dealing with here is if she comes on, whether she should be able to change the trajectory that Nigeria is heading now, and that's what is important. Mr. Righteous Man, you are coming off and on, so probably when you are stable, we'll talk to you. But let's move on. Yes, so now we talked about the fact that the Nigerian judiciary has been under subjection of the executive for a while now, and it determines what happens. It's like watching a masquerade. Those drumming for the masquerade sees the steps of the masquerade, and sometimes change the drum beat to follow what the masquerade is dancing. Sometimes I see that is what the Nigerian judiciary is like. If you appoint somebody, the person comes and watches you. If you're not keeping to the rule of law, they follow you in that same manner to keep trying to please you. And the same thing can go for the police, can go for the army and others, because it's only in Nigeria that a general cannot take over the work of a Minister of Information to warn Nigerians against any form of protest. Meanwhile, it is in the Constitution that you can protest if you want. It can even be a one-man protest. You can be a group protest. Nothing says that you cannot protest. All right.
I wanted to say something to what Mr. James said with reference to this next judicial appointment that is coming up. Yes, I agree that Nigeria is considered as a state that's in a rotten and kind of precarious position right now. But remember that the last election, Governor Oti of Abia State is where he is today because of the stance that the chief electoral officer from that state took, in spite of how corrupt or bought over every other electoral officer in the process, or whoever was bought. I wouldn't say all, and let me use the word allegedly. Whoever they were that were bought, but she stood her stance and made sure that the actual result, as collated, is what is presented, and she never shifted. And that's how Oti made it into office. I would want to believe that even if, and this is based on assumption, even if Justice Kudirat is favored by the president and is sent to the Senate for confirmation and all of that stuff, that in her heart of hearts, as a Nigerian, seeing where the nation is and what our precarious situation is, she would or she will decide to toe the line of truth, fairness, and justice if she gets appointed into the court to oversee the judicial affairs of the nation, that she will be that same electoral officer who also is a female that will stand and say, no, yes, I got here based on favoritism, but I'm going to do what the law says and I'm going to stick with it regardless of what happens. I think we have a good shot if she decides to be that kind of person when she gets into the court.
All right, thank you. We welcome Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you're welcome. It's taken a while that we saw you, so I'm sure you have come with a lot of information for us. You're welcome. Your take, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, I've not been listening. I was in a different platform, to be honest. I just joined, but I can get the narrative for what Mr. Flagship was talking about. So it probably has to do with the possible seizure, right, which is a woman. But the question I'm going to pose, I've not been able to read anything about her. I'll be very honest. So I don't know her credential. I'm always for equity. I'm always for diversity and equity, in that regard. I think it's time, we should have it 50-50 in my own opinion. Women and men, because women make, good candidates in all aspects. They're very smart. So having said that, is she in line for the position or just another nepotism? Because what I'm seeing in Nigeria, because Tnubu has always importing people from Lagos. I'll be very specific. Not necessarily Yoruba, but they're all Yorubas, but his nepotism has gone to a different level. It has to do with Lagosians, just people in that perimeter, I mean, Nigeria is not Lagos. I mean, you have to, broaden the horizon. We have a lot of intellectual all part of the country, but I don't have an issue with that. If she's qualified, is she in line or just nepotism? Can you tell me? I don't know much about her.
Okay. Yes, she is the most senior judge right now in the Nigerian court system, and the present one is going to be retiring so her position will come into effect by 22nd of August, assuming that the president does not change his mind. Now the question is are we going to see a different scenario right now, from judges pandering to politicians, or is she going to still play take the same toll? Because if you look at it, she's going to be in position until Tinubu's second term. Her tenure will end in 2028. That means that she's going to oversee the next election. And so it is, it is pertinent for her to see herself coming as a new and a much, much, much renewed justice system for the Nigerian people. The Nigerian people have gotten the last, the short end of the stick all this while. The justice is no longer for the common man. The justice is now for the highest bidder. Is that going to change? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a very good question you pose. I mean, as a Nigerian, I love Nigeria, okay, but the situation we find ourselves in that country is that, statistically, 1 + 1 is not 2 in Nigeria. It could be 10, 11, it could be minus, 0.00. It never add up. I mean, nothing is really working. I mean, I would love it if she can come there, and be very neutral, because some of the problem we have, there's no independence. The 3 judiciary, I mean, they're not functioning. I mean, not even the, the House of Representatives, the Congress, they're like sycophants, to the president. But at least if you can have a separation of power where the judiciary, which is very important for any function of government to operate, then we can pivot to the right direction, at least to minimize the problem we have in this country right now. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know much about her. All we can do is hope. But I'm skeptical, okay? I don't mean to be pessimistic, but because Nigeria has taught me a lot of lessons since I was born up to right now, or since I started following Nigerian politics. I'm not saying where I am right now in America, we're not corrupt, there's no corrupt, but the institution is very strong. We're talking about politics, Kamala Harris or George Bush, whomever come into power, regardless of what they do, there's a check and balance. But we don't have that. For any country to function, as an independent country, there has to be check and balance in that regard. And judiciary is supposed to be number one. But that doesn't happen in Nigerian sports. So I'm skeptical of KJ. I don't know much about her, but we can only hope. But if you ask me, is that going to happen? I would say no. I'm just going to go by Nigeria antecedent.
Okay.
So that's where I'm coming from. But I need to read more about her. But it's a very good question. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we will come to you, man of prestige. And let's move a little bit further. I don't know. I would have loved if we had a lawyer, a lawyer in this panel, because I want to find out, why must the judiciary continuously to depend on the executive to approve money for them? In other words, holding them, their legs to the fire, because money has to come from the judiciary, from the executive to the judiciary. Why can't the judiciary, just like the National Assembly is having their own resources and funds, why wouldn't Nigeria give also that same free hands to the...
That's a very good question. That will legitimize to a certain extent, their independence somehow, if there's anything like that. But I don't know why that is. It shouldn't have been that way. So we have a long way to go.
Yeah.
I hate to be a critic of Nigeria, every time I come, every platform. I want to talk good about Nigeria, but they're not giving me anything to talk good about them for, Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Righteous man, I'm coming to you. I can see your hand, Mr. James. Let's hear from Righteous man.
Yeah, in my earlier submission, I said Nigeria is structured on a faulty foundation. It is that faulty foundation that is throwing up the individuals we have today in various capacities, in various offices of leadership. And it will be a daydream for anyone to think that the incoming Chief Justice of the Federation will be different from the outgoing one. It will be a daydream. Nothing is going to change for the good of the Nigerian people. Because just like our brother made a submission, it is all about Lagos politicians, Lagos elites that are occupying this present administration. Have you not asked a question, or wouldn't it be good for one to reason to ask this question? During Buhari regime, the person that he appointed as the Chief Justice of the Federation was from his side. Why is it that a neutral person that is not from the same political space in Nigeria or the same religion will occupy a sensitive position like the Chief Justice of the Federation? Why was the South man removed, boggled out, to bring the man that retired before this present outgoing one during Buhari regime? Are we not smelling rats? So this person that is coming now is coming to stand to perfect whatever that will be in 2027 general elections. Remember, there is a toga that says go to court. Because when a state is captured, every vital institution there is also captured. When we say a state is captured, it means the institution of that state is under the control of a certain group of individuals. And those individuals dictate what happens. So we back here in Nigeria, we're not expecting anything extraordinary, because whoever that plays the pipe dictates the tone. So whoever that appoints the Chief Justice will work for that person. In the recent time, no Chief Justice of the Federation have worked for the Nigerian people. They have worked for those who appointed them. That is why there is 300% increase in the judiciary earning. And other institutions in Nigeria are lacking behind. Nobody's thinking about their welfare. But the judiciary is the one that have been singled out. Their welfare have been promoted more than 300%. You can imagine that. So I am not expecting anything extraordinary. In fact, it's going to be worse. That's my prediction. And I take it to the bank. In 2027, after the election, you will say, yeah, righteous man made this submission. It's going to be worse. Thank you.
Thank you.
KJ, I got a
yes,
question for you.
Yes.
Do you have, can you pull up her biography? Something we could read up about her real quick? Just to see who, or know who she is.
Okay, I will do that if I have anybody backstage helping me with that. Mr. James, let's Mr. James, your hands have been off for a while.
Yes, the judiciary, they should not give them, they should not control their accounts. Because look at the legislatures controlling their own accounts. How responsible are they? Look at the executives controlling their own accounts. How responsible are they? What is the guarantee that the judiciary will be different? When they pass this, what's it called, local government something bill, I don't know what it is. When they won the case in court, a local government should get their money directly from the federal government. People are jubilating for reasons which I do not know, because the federal government is irresponsible as far as finances, managing the finances, is concerned. The state government are the same thing. The state legislators are the same thing. Federal legislators are the same thing. What is a guarantee that if you send millions to local government, they will single themselves out? This is a Nigerian character we are all analyzing. So if the judiciary is given special funds, they're allowed to control their own funds, it will not make, in fact, it will even be worse, because look at the legislators. I think they are earning 14 million or so every month. And they are lying to you and me that they earn less than $1 million. So if you ask the judicial officers to be controlling,
James, not 14 million, 21 million.
21 million, good. I'm sorry for lying against them. I lied against them that they are earning 14 million while they are earning 21 million. So what is the guarantee that the judicial officers will not even do worse than that? So that is not the solution to the problem. The solution to the problem is a revolutionary government. There will never be a change without a revolution.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I want to say again that these are our views. For those who don't think we are making sense, it's okay. Everything shouldn't make sense to you. Okay. You can, there's something the white, I don't want to say white man before now will cost me. There's something that we say in English, which is that you can always agree to disagree. The only time it becomes a problem is when you are disagreeable. So while we're on this platform and trying to canvass what we understand about the situation going on, we have not said we are experts in these fields. And you have your opinion. And if you so feel strongly about it, just like they say, please, here is the link. Join us and we'll ask you, and you can bring your very superior argument to these things. It will help every other person. Like I always say, until you point out my idiocy, I will not know that I'm an idiot. So, and I will appreciate your pointing it out for me so I can learn from there. It's always only a foolish man who will say he doesn't want to learn when he's being corrected. Me, I'm not a foolish man, but I can be an idiot, just like some of you have said. And it doesn't matter. It's your opinion and you're entitled to it. That's why I like America. America, you can say anything to anybody. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can say it. As long as I don't hit the person, you can say anything you want to say to the person. All right. So let's move on. And like was said, what is the judiciary like in every other state? And we're not saying that in America there's no corruption in the judiciary. However, as the case goes from this county to the state to the federal, before you even get to the federal, sometimes those things are corrected once it's, it doesn't. But if it goes through this process and it's not corrected, when it gets to the Supreme Court, they will peg it. Because, I like to refer to one of the rulings of the Supreme Court of America in the last Trump versus the state. And they said they are not making the law because Trump is there, but they're making a law that will guide every other president. In other words, Trump has only 4 years. They're not looking at his 4 years just in case he wins or doesn't win, but they are making law that will guide the future. And that's the people that think that their nation will survive after 4 years, will survive after 10 years, will survive after 20 years. It's not because your friend is there, you make laws to suit your friend who is a businessman. It doesn't help build that cohesion and nationalism that we are all looking forward to. Okay, let's move on. And then we're moving on. I would like to step down a bit and play a video. I want us also to listen to it, and then we'll talk about it.
Mommy, you are removing the arcade.
Yes.
Manual way.
Yes.
No tractor, using hand.
No, manual.
So now you have married Igbo man.
Yeah.
Whether you like it or not, you work.
Yes.
Must. Don't do on your chair here. You work. You must go to farm.
No
Nothing
problem.
like tractor machine or another farm machine that will select arcade.
Yes.
And if you finish doing it, they'll cook it to eat. Look at the way you are doing it manually.
After suffering, you enjoy.
After something like on your chair, you must work. Okwe hụrụ otu ma ọ na-esawacha akedo. Obi ruru ya ala, anya ruru ya ala. Ọkwa onye ọcha o mana Igbo woman ka ọ. Ọhụ ndị alụcha ndị Igbo after all ha na ha aga ubi. Emechaa nwa ndị lagara ha ubi, aghọtara ha ihe. So o weturu obi ahụ. And akidi n'ọla children jubota ihe oriri ka ọ dị very nutritious. Mmadụ leshiri anya akidi la ụkpaka with ogiri. Mmanụ tikwuo ya ọka. O otu shishi ọla dị mmanụ ahụ. So anyị leri ya mgbe niile. Ọ ya ka mọmị m si ọbịa tata ka eweta ya ka anyị ka o shie ya.
Okay. Thank you for indulging me on that video, and please don't crucify me. That's the only one I could find. If I found the Hausa one, I probably will use it. If I found the Yoruba one, I probably use it. But this one I found. And why did I bring it up? I brought it up because I was so overwhelmingly impressed by this young man. He spoke Igbo language, the deep one. As not every Igbo person knows what Akidi is, except you understand Igbo language deeply. And the question I want to ask us in this panel right now is this. Are we doing enough to train our children on how to speak our languages? It mustn't be only Igbo. Those of you who are in diaspora, who have been enjoying the goods in that place, do you remember to teach your children? Do you get someone to teach them so that they can be able to speak their language? So that the language, just like now, a lot of young men are leaving the country, so that the language that you come from does not go into extinction. Are we doing enough to train our children on how to speak our language? Righteous man, you are in Nigeria. Tell us, are we doing enough to train our children in their mother tongue, otherwise their lingua franca?
KJ, such a nice and wonderful question. But before I will answer that question, I want to ask every panelist here, especially those of us that are in abroad over there. When we talk about sending money to those in Nigeria, have you considered those Nigerians that have nobody abroad? What happens to them? Millions of Nigerians, millions, uncountable millions. Let me use the word uncountable. which means their number is outrageous. There have no human being in abroad. So what happens to them? That is why the consciousness of changing this nation must be a primary focus in the heart of every Nigerian, whether home or abroad. Because when you are satisfied and your family is satisfied, and the next neighbor is not okay, you've not done well. Just like Jesus said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. So back to the question. It's embarrassing because we that are home here, when we see some of our relatives or friends or well-wishers who lives abroad in diaspora comes back home here with their children, we are much disappointed. You know, they don't even behave as if they are blacks. They look at us as if we are abstract human beings that are not supposed to exist. You know, they don't socialize with us. They don't mix with us. Talk less of speaking in the lingua franca or the mother tongue. So just like KJ said, KJ, when I saw that video on social media, I was so much blessed. My spirit was so much lifted up. In fact, the compound where I was living before, I had this Igbo guy. He married a Singaporean, and whenever the woman gives birth, the child will be maybe 3 months. They will bring the children back to Nigeria here with the mother. In fact, his 3 sons grew up here. We lived in the same compound then. The woman, whenever it's summer, they don't travel to any other country. They come back to Nigeria. If that woman prepare a goosey soup for you, man, because we are very close, he will always call me, say, I better come down to my flat. Let's discuss, take some drinks. And in fact, the Asian woman speaks Igbo. I was shocked. So it depends on individuals, and it will be a thing of pride that wherever you are, you do not lose hold to your mother's tongue. It's very, very necessary. The white people here, I attended a naming ceremony in Ikoyi some few years back. He's a German, but he got married to an Igbo lady. And when we went to Ikoyi for the naming ceremony, the Germans there, they were still speaking their language, irrespective of where they are.
Okay.
You know, they were still maintaining that their lingua franca. But I don't know, when Nigerians travel abroad, it seems as if we turn our back from our country and our languages. So it's a good thing. I advise all of us, if you have children or you have a child, please try to make sure that that child reaches Nigeria. These people are just here in Anambra, this family. Last year I watched them. So they have not been kidnapped, they have not been killed. For some of us that thinks once your children comes back to Nigeria, they will get lost. I think this little young man are proving it to be wrong. Thank you.
Thank you, Righteous. Mr. James.
I don't know what to say. It's a matter of choice.
Okay, you see, the thing is, we, especially of the Igbo descent, I think we do it much more than other people. And I'm also guilty of that. My son doesn't even hear a word of Igbo, and his mother is a Shekiri. He doesn't speak either one. But I've determined, after watching this young man, to go and get an Igbo teacher for him, to teach him how to read and write in Igbo, because it's very necessary, and we cannot take away the custom and the tradition of our people. I'm not raising my son to be any other thing but Igbo. And so watching that young man speak deep, concentrated Igbo was a blessing to me, even though I have no idea who they are or what they are. And it's not only that, you know, all around in the internet, you see some young children. You know, I've seen those of Hausa girls, a Hausa small girl, I think she was about 9, and I spoke fluent, you know, Hausa, you know, to my admiration. You know, I've seen some other, you know, Yorubas and all that, you know, different tribes who have spoken their tribe, you know, their languages, you know, their father's tongue, even though they are in a more advanced society. And I want to say this, for those of us who speak other languages, it's a thing of, it's a thing of, you are respected when they ask how many languages you speak, and you say, I speak Hausa, I speak Tiv, I speak Igbo, I speak, English, and so they are marveled that you can speak other language. And, when they see you discuss in your own different tongue, they can't understand. They also marvel. Why do we need to throw away what we already have? Because we want to modernize our society. Mr. James, I don't know if I made it a bit simpler for you, sir, or clearer.
No, it's not a question of
clearer.
It's not a matter of prestige not to be able to speak one's language. But if the situation you find yourself in life, assuming you are living in New Zealand or in Australia, married to a white lady over there or an aborigine, you can't be toggling between Nigeria and Australia simply because you want your children to speak your language. It's very expensive, and is it worth it? So this is the issue. I'm an Urobo man. I speak the language, but my vocabulary is not very rich because it's only my parents' vocabulary that I master. We have dialectical differences, like the Okbens, the Sokos, and others. When they speak, I don't understand them well. I grew up in Benin City, but I can speak the Edo language just like an Edo man. So that's just how it is. So to me, this should not be our main problem in Nigeria. Our main problem is how to get a responsible government. With a responsible government in place, the people will be well organized, will take care of their petty problems. This is one of the petty problems I've identified. So if we are well organized, assuming I'm working in Nigeria, maybe lecturing the Defense Academy or University of Benin or whatever it is, I get my pay every month, I build my house, I live there. But my children can live with my people and speak the language the way it should be spoken. And again, it is not we abroad alone that is having this kind of a problem. Even Nigerians living in Nigeria, we have this kind of problems too, because I was speaking Edo language with some guys here, and to my surprise, they do not even know the kind of things or materials you find in a traditional Edo kitchen. In a traditional Edo kitchen, there are certain things they have there which the modern Edo boys and girls do not know. For example, when I say awegu, ukodolo, ipoko, all these are words describing things in Edo traditional kitchen. Then there are some foods too they eat, like evarie. They have no English language equivalent, so I cannot translate them into English. Evarie, uloka. These are Edo traditional foods, which some modern Edo boys and girls do not know. So it's the kind of government we have. That is why we are not organized. So, and I will not blame anybody for not being able to speak his mother tongue the way it should be spoken. It is one of the fallout of the irresponsible leadership we'll be tolerating for so long. I'm sorry, I cannot answer your question appropriately.
No, you have answered my question. I'm also laughing at people who making comments. You see, that's why you see the Igbos have a proverb that if you are not there when they bury the man, when you want to exhume him, you start digging from the legs. What we said here is that this was just an example for us to lead us into discussing the importance of teaching our children their mother tongue, because the mother tongue is a very strong way of keeping your tradition and your understanding of where you are coming from. A people without tradition do not exist after a while. They become everywhere belief face. But when you know that you have a tradition that your people have been pinned down to, the way you do things, that's why the Chinese or the Indians can never be changed no matter where they go, because they first of all let them know that you are Chinese, you are Indian. It does not matter. I don't know how many of you have seen any. Okay, let me not go there now, because before you see this world, in this world, you can't even speak truth straight again because you'll be accused of so many things. So the flagship, do you have anything to say concerning what this young boy has been able to bring to the table today.
Well, KJ, you know, this one is it's a topic that is hot for me, and I've had so many conversations with other Nigerians that are here. Here's the situation, okay? I think it starts from us, the adults, the grown ones. There's a joke that a lot of people tell, and I think I've seen it happen once, that a Nigerian who has never left the shores of his local government, let me use that for example, that happens to get a visa and finds himself in America, the US, comes here on a 3-month visit, goes back home, and he starts speaking at one, you know, what's up, what, you know, in 3 months. You see, the thing is this, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, we are gradually rather, being phased out as a people, as a culture, as a tradition. Our languages are disappearing by the day. They've been watered down and they are going. If it's not a concern to anybody here on this panel or anybody listening or in the comment section, then I think we might as well just kiss it goodbye. I give it up to the Hispanics, the French, the Russians, the Italians, and the Chinese here in America. My kids go to a school where it's multi-race. And believe you me, I was stoned when I saw a 3-year-old Russian kid speaking the language with his father. I don't want to mention the Hispanics. I don't want to mention the Chinese, the Indians. That's the first language they teach. When they're at home, they speak the language. When they go to school, they teach them English. And like you rightly said, when you get to that point where you are looking for a job, your multilingual status puts you at a higher edge as we speak today over anybody that has a better, more qualification than you. I met a guy, actually a friend, who told me about an offer somewhere, and he wanted to know if I can translate in my language. And of course, when you hear about Nigeria here, the 3 major languages that pop up are Igbo, Hausa, and Yoruba. Can you translate in any one of those? There is an opening within the federal government, and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, I don't speak those 3. I hear 2 of them with IQ, but I can't speak them. Do I speak my language to my children at home? Yes, I do. For many reasons, many reasons. Look, your name alone, even if you name your child an English name, your last name from wherever you come from has given that child away to anybody that they meet, even if they were born here. They identify them as Africans. So you have to go through the process of having to explain, oh no, you know, I was born here, but it's my father or my mother that's from Nigeria, but I'm American. Oh, but your name? Yeah, that's just because I have to answer it. It's how we treat where we are from to our kids back home. Do we speak the languages back home? Yeah, I understand Anishakiri could marry Anurobo or whatever it is, different languages. Pick and choose one that you could speak and share with these kids at home. You put them at a great advantage. Tomorrow, you just don't know. That child may pack up and say, you know what? Let me go back to my motherland. When they get there, how do they mingle with the people? They're already at a disadvantage. All right. So the fact that they are born here in America, they learn the culture here, they teach it to them, does not mean that they cannot know where they're from or where you are from, at least, even if they decide not to go back to Nigeria in the future. you put them at an advantage if they learn the language, they know how to speak it. At least wherever they find themselves, they can be able to mingle and communicate. If you cannot teach them your very own dialect, the least you could do is Pidgin English. I was watching I'll end with this. Yesterday evening, I was watching a show with my kids in the living room. They came downstairs, sat with me, and was watching. It's this America's Got Talent. And there is this Nigerian, I believe he's Nigerian, kid, Malachi, that came out and sang one of the hardest opera songs that major opera singers have a problem singing. He's a British kid, well, born in Britain. But he came out and that boy slammed that song like, I mean, if you listen to it, you would think an angel is singing to you. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is my son was like, oh, wow, this is great. He said, you know, if this was Nigeria's Got Talent and a Nigerian comes and say, I'm strong, I cannot break, you can hit me with anything and I will still stand. That's my talent. And then he says, hit me with a pillow and I will not fall. This is my son speaking now. And these are his words, verbatim. And he says, hit me with this pillow and I will not fall. And somebody picks up a stick and say, I go hit you with the stick. This kid's on here and he says, I go hit you with the stick. And then he says, no, don't hit me with the stick, hit me with the pillow. And then the judge will look at him and say, so my friend, tell me why I should give you the golden buzzer. Come on, get out of here, boy, make I not see your face again. And I laughed. This boy was born here. He's 9 years old. But he commands the Pidgin English, to my biggest surprise, better than I speak it. I was born in Warri. Yes, I'm Urobo too. I speak the language to them. They understand it. They are trying to speak it. And I think I'll give myself some kudos in the back that I've gotten them to the point where they see anything and they ask me, what do you call this in Urobo? What is the name of this one in Urobo? How do you use it to make a sentence? So I think it's important. Let's not deceive ourselves. These kids are trained here, but if we don't let them learn our language first, or at least as backup, we're putting them at a disadvantage. In my kids' school, they make them take a foreign language, Spanish, French, or Russian. So if my kid will go learn one of those languages, am I not being silly to not at least try to make them learn mine at home, even if they don't speak it like that beautiful child on the video did it, at least be able to have some basic conversation in it. It is very, very important that we Nigerians teach our children this language. It's an identifier. It makes them to stand out in addition to their names and let them know that they come from someplace other than here. If the rubber meets the road tomorrow in this country, and it happens that everybody has to find where they come from, they know how to communicate if they choose to go back to where we are from. So please, to everybody here, that they know how to speak the American language, they know the culture here, and you're satisfied with that, you've put those kids in a disadvantaged position. Teach them the basics, even if you don't know how to. And like KJ said, if you can't teach them at home, of which you are the best teacher, get someone who can do it. Pay the money and invest in that one for them. You'll be doing them a lot of good than you think. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. The flagship. And I thank you. You see, one thing I found out in Nigeria, we like to leave the man and chase after shadows. We just use that little boy as an example of what we want to discuss. It's called tilt. We want to tilt into what we're going to discuss through that. But now, you know, some people in the comments are making it, I'm not displaying, even though I'm proudly Igbo. I speak it, I eat it. I am a New Yam Festival man, you know. But that's not what I'm projecting now. I'm only saying the need for us to you know, teach our children our language. As much as possible, try and teach them how to understand where you're coming from, the culture and the tradition, your way of life. It's important because in our way of life, I don't know any tribe in Nigeria where you go to and they show you that these are the kind of drug we take. You mix this and mix this to take it. Nothing like that. So if that comes to them in their place of play, in their place of whatever companionship, and you've already told them before now that our people, it's a taboo to do this kind of, they know already that this is, look, we're different. So the mentality is there, and they can carry on from where you are left there, whether they're with you or not. Man of prestige. You have heard how he has brilliantly put it, all the former, the past speakers. What do you say?
Yeah, thank you very much. Very interesting topic, and I see where that pertaining to me, and and I'll be very, transparent in this. I didn't grow up in Igbo land, I grew up most of my time, particularly, secondary school and whatever they call it right now, out of Imo. So having said that, my vocabulary in Igbo is very poor. I mean, I will admit to that. But luckily to me, when I came here, of course, I met my wife or whatever. She was born here. That's what's so ironic about it. She speaks better Igbo than I. So that has to do with her father. And to pivot you a little bit back, my dad is kind of regretting it because when we was growing up, when we was in Lagos, we always speak broken and English. We're not even broken. He didn't want us to speak broken. He wanted us to just speak good English. So that's mostly what we speak. So that's where I got, that's how probably I'm lacking. I don't know. I blame him, but he said no. He doesn't want to take the blame. But I would say that I have 4 kids. When we was, as we was grooming them, it was the duty of my, my wife, make sure we, they speak Igbo, speak broken when it was growing up. I mean, she took that, that responsibility to put them in that, so they speak good Igbo right now, better than I do. I'll be very honest. And we have we have a lot of Igbo union and everything that we go, because I live in San Diego, but the part of San Diego I live is La Jolla. I mean, from San Diego to LA is like about 1.5 hours, and I live in La Jolla. The road we take, it's like about 45 minutes to LA. So the point I'm trying to make, we always go to Igbo meeting, not in San Diego, but in LA, where we have a good foundation of Igbo, Igbo union. Every kind of culture, the meeting, I belong to a lot of organizations, and my kids do go and something like that. So yeah, it's very important. They speak good Igbos, very, very good. So to make the point I'm trying to say, and that's why I applaud the Yoruba people. I don't know how they started that. I mean, this everywhere you see them speaking Yoruba. Even here, when you with them, they speak Yoruba. I mean, sometimes I find it very offensive. I mean, I hear a little bit of Yoruba. I can't speak that good. People tend to quarrel with them. Why can't you speak in English where everybody can hear? But that's how they are brought up. So it's good for them. I hope we can do that. But my kids, my kids do speak a lot, good Igbo. But kudos to my wife. She's the one that, even I thought, like I said, she was born here and everything. But I think that has to do with her parents. And one other thing we normally do, we send our kids, during the summer, during the holiday, we send our kids to home, where my parents still living right now. So that's probably why they got, that they got that culture emancipated in their head. Yeah, they are very good. They are very good in Igbo culture. They participate in Igbo dance. Whenever we go to Igbo union or something like that, yeah, they are good in that. So, but it's a good thing. I hope people can do more of that. Yeah, thank you.
Man of prestige, I didn't know you live in La Jolla. There's this bridge. I come there for business a lot. There's this bridge. I remember I pulled out of my hotel driving, and I was told that it collapsed due to one of those tremors you guys have. And the government refused to take it down. Is it still there?
Yeah, it is still there. I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, we've been trying to contact our local government to come in for them to do something. I don't know why. Yeah, it's still there. And, we have our mayor. Sometimes, he's. I mean, I didn't mean to. I mean, I don't like him. Maybe not because of what he's done for being an LGBT or something like that, but I just don't feel. He doesn't answer our questions. So that's how I have an issue with him. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It was a scary sight for me. That's why.
Yeah. I know the bridge you're talking about.
KJ, are you
I
there?
I grew up, I grew up in California, because I went to UCLA, so I grew up, but I have business in Florida, so I kind of go in between.
Oh, I see.
All right, sorry. My network disappointed itself. Okay, so now we're moving on right on to our next topic, which is what trended in Nigeria, and this is a bit controversial, but we'll have to discuss it. It trended last week, and what was trending was after the UK conference of Pastor Jerry Eze, for which there were many miracles and many testimonies of the outcome. The stadium was supposed to be 82,000 seaters, which was almost completely filled, except the last section of it didn't have a lot of people, but it was almost filled up. So the question now be that certain man called Daddy Freeze decided to make a joke. Is it a joke or I don't know? Take a swipe at a pastor by saying that these things are fake. And by the way, he should have been able to raise Onyeka Onwelu, raise Mobad, raise this other lady who just passed some time ago, and probably go to Lagos and look for all the cripples to be healing them. And after that, there have been so many other people who have come to the platform or come to their platforms to talk about this man of God, and have given testimonies, or rather spoken about how they think it is fake. There's some people even say that miracles don't happen any longer. So whatever is being done is, it's not real. But what I like was that the pastor didn't respond, but the parents of the child that was healed responded by showing in details how long the child has now walked since she was born, and had some form of a serious form of what do you call it now, syndrome, and they also have all the treatment and papers that goes with it. The question now be, what do you people say? Because Nigeria is it has been so, I don't know whether it is I'm trying to frame my question, my idea, because now in a society where you cannot hold your government accountable, but you are so eager to hold down a person who ordinarily you are not compelled, you are not asked or forced or coerced in whichever form or shape to be in that environment. Why is it such a way that's so difficult for people to why is that much attack? And I don't want to say that most of the attack coming from one particular part of the country. I'm just simply saying, why so much attack on the fact that this young man is doing what he's doing, and it's not the first time. I don't know why this same miracle has become a problem to them, because much more miracles have been done in his ministry beyond what that he did that day, or that God used him to do that day. What do you say? What do you say? Is it that miracles no longer exist? Is it that people are now being, people's sense of reason have been beclouded? Or is it that we are just trying to play to the fact that we don't want to agree that there's a God in existence? What is the real reason? Because Jerry Eze is among one of those people who have come into the Nigerian space, who I can say, because I'm in that constituency, I can say to a large extent, we know where he's coming from. He didn't just wake up yesterday and came into the space. So, yes, I'll go with Mr. James. You are in a position to give us your own, because your view is going to be probably contrary to what is on marketplace.
I think you are correct, because to start with, I don't even believe the existence of God. So miracles means nothing to me. But however, going by what I've read in the Bible, I'm really surprised that Christians are very obsessed with this issue of miracles, because if the Bible stories are true, the greatest miracle has already happened. Nothing can be greater than that. But is it John chapter, I'm sorry, I've forgotten the verse. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, whosoever believeth in him shall shall not be destroyed, but have everlasting life. If the death of one man can rescue the whole of human race, including unborn generations, from destruction, that is the greatest miracle that one should ever think of. So what we are seeing now is just nothing but wishy-washy miracles designed to reap money off people. That is just how I see it. I lived in the city of Benin for so many years. We had a very popular evangelist whose name I would not like to mention. He claimed to have cured so many people. But throughout my stay in Benin City, since my childhood days till I left home, I do not come across anybody this gentleman, healed. So I think they are just clowns. They are making fun of the people. And out of desperation, the people, should I say, they take pleasure in deceiving themselves by making people to believe that they believe what they do not believe. That's how I see it.
Okay, but now, Flashy, I'm coming to you. If there is a mutation, it then means there's something original before the imitation will be taken from it. So if you use that to juxtapose the Christianity, or as a followers of Christ, I don't want to call it Christianity. Is there something beyond what we are missing when we say there is no God and these things are all fake?
Well, KJ, in the first place, I believe there is God. I'm a firm, very strong believer that there is God. Do miracles still happen? Or have they ever happened in the past? Yes. Do they still happen? Yes. It's unfortunate that where our nation is now and where the world is at large, we have been, for lack of a better word, so disenfranchised that the minds of the average Nigerian, and even those below average, have been seriously bastardized by many imposters who have decided to capitalize on religion as it is, or I would say the issue of miracle, and use it for personal gains. They promise so much when there's really nothing. There was something Mr. James said just now that would be one thing I agree with. These so to say, religious folks that are leading groups, different groups, they are selling a gospel to the people that they do not believe in. That I agree with you, Mr. James. They really don't believe in it. And there have been many cases of reported miracles that were arranged. And there have been people that have come out to say, oh, well, yes, I was paid to do that. I was asked to respond this way. They told me what to say. They asked me to stay at a particular location close to the man of God. And some have even gone as far as to saying they asked me to wear a certain color of dress or shirt so that when they call, I would stand up and come out and say, yes, this and that happened. It has been so bastardized that they have created the room for suspicion and questioning, which I do not blame the people for now, because a lot of them are turning around to say, but wait a minute, you said that would happen or that happened, and I'm confronted with the same situation, and I have come to meet you to pray for me so I can get that same miracle, and I'm not getting it. You've asked me to bring money, I brought money, and nothing has happened. So why do I have to believe this thing you're saying? Now you've left me and you've gone somewhere else, and you're showing that you're doing the same thing that I've been asking the God that you sold to me to do for me. He refused to do it for me, but he's doing it for that person there that you went to meet. I don't think it's true. I don't believe what you're doing. that has created this many oppositions from people, that even many of those that were Christians, let me use that word, Christians, that follow these beliefs are now turning around to say, this thing, there must be more to it than they're telling us. It may not be real, or they're selling us a false religion or doctrine. So the case of Jerry Eze is being questioned. I don't blame those who question him. I don't blame those who question the others because of the antecedents in the past and what they have done and how they've sold this religion. It's all monetized right now. And for Jerry Eze in particular, I think there was another report that came out, and people are saying maybe that's the reason why they're questioning what he's doing, that YouTube has identified him as the highest paid YouTuber in Nigeria, making a total of 7 billion within the time that he's been on YouTube. So when money is involved and you are trading these miracles for money or the amount of seed you can sow to the ministry or to the pastor or give, and they do it and you don't see the results, you're creating room for people to question you and to doubt what you're doing. I believe maybe, but I may be wrong, that's why Mr. James would say he doesn't believe in God, because many of these people have portrayed God to be who he really is not. You know, this morning I was doing my normal walk, and I put on the book of Matthew on my phone, just listening to it as I was walking. And Jesus was talking about many of these Pharisees who actually confess, proclaim God, but they really, in their hearts of hearts, don't believe him. They just capitalize on the fact that they can manipulate the people, they can twist their minds and control them in whatever way they can. And these people follow and give them all their life resources. And they are fine with that, as long as they don't know. So here's what I say. Until the genuine preachers that are called by God speak out and speak against practices that are not genuine, these kind of oppositions will continue to rise. And we think it's reason. It's going to get to a point where people will not even want to hear anything about religion, not to talk of taking part in it. And it's affecting them gradually. COVID just opened up a can of worms in many of these religious organizations when they asked churches to shut down, and all of them did. The majority of them did. And then when they reopened back up, one of the questions an African American asked his pastor here, which got me thinking and scratching my head, was, you know, you've sold us this blood of Jesus and anointing power that you have and all this stuff that you've preached about, that you can cast demons out. For years we believed you. And if a virus came and that anointing could not take care of it, the blood of Jesus could not take care of it, you asked us to stay at home, and then you encouraged us to use what science has given to us, soap and water or hand sanitizer, did what the blood of Jesus could not do or the anointing could not do. Why? Tell me why you want me to come back to church now that you opened back up. So it is the practices of these false preachers or businessmen in suits with a Bible or an iPad standing in front of a large audience and selling miracles to them that is resulting to such challenges that even if you meet a genuine preacher who is gifted and can make the dead rise, they still will not believe it because of these antecedents of these false imposters that are in the business today. So I don't blame them. I just hope that the genuine ones will come out and speak out and teach and preach the truth about Christ and the gospel of Christ.
Okay, thank you, the flagship. You have brought a lot also, Mr. James. I would like to put in one or two before I move to the next person. But we all believe that Satan, right? We believe that there's something called evil. Mr. James, do you believe there's something called evil or Satan?
Good and good and evil are relative. What is good to you might be evil to me. What is evil to me might be good to you.
The society in which we live in, there's a certain law and understanding that's been put in the paper that said these are the ground norm for this society. You believe that?
Yes, there's an ancient Greek philosopher, I think it's Anaxagoras or so, who said man is the measure of all things.
Okay, so now those things that are there, we also believe there's a society that exists in the world. Some of them are the ones they call the lodges and all that, where people go to seek for supernatural powers to become leaders of society and even captains of industry in those places. Do we do that? Do those things believe? In fact, the Nigerian one, the lodge in Nigeria is called the Ebony Society. Do you believe in such things? Do you believe in this? And yeah, I'm just throwing a harmless question. I'm not trying to.
I understand. You mean secret societies? You see, these things don't bother me at all.
No, I'm asking you that.
Yes, what I mean is, I don't bother myself with believing or not believing anything supernatural. I'm a physical man. I live in a physical world. So I see things from a physical perspective. Anything spiritual does not make sense to me. In fact, my heart is blocked completely towards anything spiritual.
Okay, I'm not going to expand on this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask for Rudolph. We'll have a special day on which you can deal with these issues, because there's so many things that needs to be discussed. But here again, I will tell you, we are physical. We exist in a body and we have a soul. If you look at those three things, there's always a levels in each of them. But we'll discuss that at a different level.
What do you mean by soul? What is the soul? If you dissect me now, you mean you can bring out something called soul?
No, if one ceases to exist, there's something that lives that man. That thing is the soul of the man. That is the soul.
Do you have any empirical proof?
Of course, the empirical proof I have that science have developed have been able to develop man, but they've not been able to make him breathe.
That is for now. Excuse me. That is for now. Science is developing. Look, at the beginning of last century, for example, if you talk of brain surgery, people will laugh at you. Kidney transplant, heart transplant. Science has developed. These things are not possible. You can prolong the lifespan of a man by a few years. We don't know what will happen.
Mr. I don't want to turn to an argument. Like I said, we'll get a special time and we'll deal with these things and we'll prove one after the other. But I want to let you know that even the death of Christ is being contested till today. Because when Christ was crucified, when he rose, the Sadducees and the Sanhedrins gave money to the people, the soldiers. They say, go and tell no one. Just tell them that it was his disciple that told him. That information is still rolling. So I see society who believe that didn't occur. In other words, once there's a genuine, there must be an imitation. In life, that is what is in life. There's nothing that don't have an imitation in this life that me and you.
The Bible and Things Fall Apart are the same books. They are all literature.
Okay. I respect your view. So let's move on. There are two things again I will say on this. Concerning the issue of miracles, here's what I will say. I am sitting here, I have benefited from God's miracle. You cannot tell me my experience is not worth it. Okay? I've heard God's words in my ear. And when God speaks to you once, you hear it for over 2 weeks. I heard it continually ringing in my ear for over 2 weeks. Over 2 weeks. Even as I'm talking to you now, I can still remember, hearing that voice. And what the voice tell me, if you have died now, you will be standing before me. Now I know you by name. I can't forget it. That was when I finished my NYSC. I was going to the community to go and do Christmas. And we had an accident somewhere after Yangoji. I can still remember the spot. And 2 people died on the spot. So what am I trying to say? We have different experiences in life. Where we go wrong is when we try to use our own experience to generalize whatever goes on. What we know, all that you know, is not all that there is to know. There is other levels of knowledge and understanding that you may not have prevailed to. So if you give yourself an opportunity to learn, you probably come into that space. Okay? It may not be necessarily exposed to you, but in inquiring, you may find that space open to you to hear. Now, Pastor Jerry Eze, and I'm using him as an example, as one of the authentic men of God that is on this right now, didn't start today. Even those who went to school with him in the Imo State University, those students knew Pastor Jerry Eze. And those ones who had problems, they always say, go and meet, if you are sick, go to Pastor Jerry Eze, let him pray for you. So his healing and prayer ministry had started right from the university. He didn't just wake up and jump into the platform. The only reason why we are hearing about Pastor Jerry Eze now because of the flagship said, that they shut down the homes of people and asked us not to come out. Which me, for instance, I fought with that, and my church never closed anyway, because we believed that if we are seriously praying that God is the healer of all things, there's nothing that can come that God cannot be able to handle. If God cannot handle it, then how can man be able to handle it? All right. Now, coming back to what the purpose of our discussion now is, which is that this particular individual was healed. The parents have said, this is our report from the hospitals. When she was born, this is this, this is that. And now this is the situation. Yes, some people find it interesting to use that to try to inform the church. What we are saying is this. There are sick people everywhere. Even in the medicine, even in science. It's not every medicine that you take that kills the disease for which it has been ascribed to you. Sometimes you need a combination of it. So it's also every other thing in life. When it comes to the church and people makes it, like somebody is already writing that it's a dahosa that you are referring to on the comment section. But I'm sitting here. I have spoken and did an interview and did a documentary on one of the people that dahosa healed, a little girl that fell from the 2-story building and busted her brain. Okay, it's if you go to the internet, you can search what I'm talking about. I'm not saying some people are not. She's still alive. Her name is Joyce. I don't want to give her a second name. Okay, we interviewed her. Her mom was there to give the account of what happened between her and the daughter and late Archbishop Dahosa. So this thing, when we say this, let's be mindful of the fact that we have information to may not be all that is. God's word is so wide. Okay. But I'll leave it at that. Like I said, we will prepare this. I just want us to deal with this issue because sometimes these things are out of jealousy. Mr. What's his name now? That the freeze. Or he himself says he's a pastor, that he preaches, but doesn't believe in miracles. So I don't know how that happens because if you say you're a teacher of the law, I don't believe one part of the law, and because this man is doing it, you're not come and raise Onyeka Onwelu and all the principles. Man of prestige, are you sure you are ready to talk, or should we go to somebody because there seems to be a lot of noise around your area?
Yeah, I'm ready to talk. Please kindly let me sign out. It's getting dark here.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Man of prestige on me.
Man of prestige.
All right, thank you very much. I don't really indulge myself too much on religion, but I will comment on it because there's different dimensions to this. Let me start with Daddy Freeze. We know Daddy Freeze made his name, as a critic of pastors. If you're looking from the origin, he always criticized the pastor. So whatever is happening right now is not new. I don't know the detail about it, because I've been gone for a while. But since I came back, I've been trying to consume a lot of news in Nigerian space. And most of them has been what happened in the protest, which I wasn't around to, and other kind of things. But I saw the headline on one of Nigerian space about this Jerry Eze. But I never read it. Most of the time, I normally, go and see what's happening there. But I just put his name now on. According to what I'm getting from Google, so it's a 41-year-old guy from Umuahia, and he make about 7 million naira daily on YouTube. I said that's a lot of money. I don't know what he does, but that's what YouTube is telling. That's what Google is telling me. I'm talking about 7 million daily, not a week, So I'm going to read more about it. But having said that, it's very interesting. I don't know what's going on. You don't have to waste your time telling me. I'm going to find out. But let me just talk about the miracle aspect of it. I mean, I go to church, I believe in God and everything, but I'm not much of a Bible reader. My wife do read Bible. But having said that, I don't believe in miracle. This is just me. Yeah. I just feel like even before this YouTube came in, I believe, whatever is going right now is a form of monetization. That's how I believe it. I don't think, how does miracle work in somebody's life? I just believe something happened to you, it's just going to happen to you maybe from the will of God. Not necessarily a man made to have a miracle, to bestow miracle over you. I don't know, KJ, you seem like you're more religion than I do in terms of, biblical and all that kind of thing. But what do you believe in miracle? It's just a question because I don't. Can you answer me?
Oh yeah, you are free to have your belief. See, it's not every Christian that believes in miracle. You understand what I'm saying? Especially depending on your denomination. I'm not a denominational Christian. Okay, I'm a follower of Christ. I'm not even a Christian. I'm a follower of Christ. That's because it has been so bastardized that you don't want to say you're a Christian. You just want to say you follow Christ. Now, but the thing I'm saying, the thing that and you're not the only one who say it, because these things have so many fakes. It has so many fakes, my brother. I have been in that industry, in that concept for over 17 years, doing testimonies of miracles. So if me sitting here tell you that I was working in an organization where we were doing testimonies for 17 years, I must have seen a lot God have done. Okay, so it will not be stupidity for me to say it does not exist. I have seen.
Let me ask a question. Have you been to any kind of situation, or audience like this, where all this pastorship, let's assume somebody who's paralyzed or doesn't walk, all of a sudden the person stood up, after the pastor has preached or whatever, make their miracle. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't believe it. See, that's why I call those kind of things an illusion, in my own opinion. Maybe the person on normally walk, they just came there, like they don't walk or whatever, all of a sudden they stood up. I may be wrong now, just my own perception of things. But that's what I believe. I think it's all illusion. That's my opinion.
Yeah, okay. You see, the reason why it's difficult, KJ, if you will, please. I didn't mean to cut you out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason why it's being challenged, miracles are being challenged a lot these days, is because we attribute it to whoever the main figure is. Let me use the word pastor or the preacher. We give the credit to them a lot. That's why it's becoming hard now for people to believe. And the system of giving these credits to these preachers when God does a miracle. Yeah, miracle does exist, a man of prestige. And believe you me, it still happens till today. But why we are having challenges today is because when it happens, say for example, I'm sitting here now and somebody on the panel says, you know what? I have a family member, they are in the hospital with, let's say, cancer, for example. And I say, oh, you know what? Do you believe in miracles? Do you believe if I pray with you over this medium now, that family member will be well? Yeah. And they say yes. And then I pray with them and they believe. And he gets a phone call 2-3 days later that, you know what? The doctor has discharged our family member and said, they are well, and the family member is walking all around and all of that. Guess what? He picks up the phone, calls me and say, oh, you are a great man of God. The miracle has happened. And he tells everybody, the attention is driven to me. Now, the next time I meet someone and I pray, and it doesn't happen, that person may have a hard time believing that miracle does exist. They might attribute it to science. Oh, maybe it was the medicine the doctor gave, or the kind of treatment, or it just happened. So our attribution to man, we've taken the glory from the source of the miracle and given it to the man that was privileged to be standing in front when these miracles happen, to say that they are the ones that are orchestrating or making these miracles to happen. And that takes the belief from God and places it on that man. And the day that that man is not able to perform, then it becomes a problem. So when we begin to see that the author of the miracle, a miracle is anything divine in the simplest term, anything divine that happens that science or man has no control over or could not make happen. That's what a miracle is. It connects with divinity. But that connection with divinity, we have pulled it away and put it on man. That's why these challenges are happening. That's why people don't believe it. When people come and say, I was in that meeting, he prayed, only that person got it, I didn't get it. I think that one was arranged. Because if it was real, then himself and myself and everybody else that had issues that are present in that meeting should have been healed.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. Because this is a very interesting subject. Like I said, I don't indulge myself too much in religiosity, but this is on a different angle. So what you're saying right now, let's assume I go somewhere, maybe something wrong with me or whatever. Then the pastor pray with me. Then let's say I'm blinded one of my eye, then I start seeing immediately. So are you telling me the prayer, that was prayed, God gave the pastor, the power, to instill that prayer in me to be, to hear me? Is that the way it functions?
It's a great question. It's a great question. And before I come to the man of prayer, it's a great question. Let me try and answer that because, like I said, this is my conspiracy and I understand it very well. Now, for healings, just like you said, I'm going to combine what Flagship said and also for healing to take place in the first place, the heart position, the person's heart has to be right. That's one. Now, the only time that healing can take place for your heart not to be right is that God will have overridden your own personal, belief to do that. And sometimes he does that because he wants to just go beyond. You see, he chooses to do what he wants to do at any time. You cannot force him.
I didn't mean to interject. Do you have to believe it? Do you that it's been here? Do you have to believe it for it to happen to you?
Yes, you. In fact, you have to believe to receive. You have to believe to receive. There's no way you cannot believe. You don't believe. You say you receive. Because that's why I say your heart position is very important, and that is for certain form of miracle. Like I said, you could be in an environment where a miracle is being performed, where the word of God has saturated the air, and anything can happen at that point. You can follow them and do whatever is being done. You can even become a prophet at that point. You can even prophesy to people, and what you said will come to pass because the word of God has saturated that place. It's called Sukut. It has covered that place. And so at that point, you can hear, you can see, you can even have a greater understanding than yourself. Now, that is why it is prone to manipulation. It's not everybody that can actually hear and do. And that's why some people, and that what I'm trying to tie what Flagship said, it's not every time you pray that God will eventually go ahead and heal the people. It's not you that is healing the people. It's God that is trying to heal the people. And so some people, when they pray the first time, people get healed and people come to them, or like they are healed. And then sometimes they want to heal people and it's not going to work. So they begin to stage it because at that point, it's not what you are trying to do yesterday. It's not what God wants to do again. I give an example. When Samson was faced with a serious war, okay, he found in the desert a jawbone of an ass, okay, which he used to slay thousands. But when he finished, so he did something very surprising, which we will not do if we were the people now. He threw it away. In other words, that jawbone of an ass has finished his functions. He went on to do other great things for God. Now, in this present time we are in, I would have taken that jawbone and ass and come and hang it in my parlor. Once anybody comes, I will point to that jawbone and ask, you see that jawbone? If anything you request now, I'll do it for you because that jawbone shows you what I can do. That's where the problem comes. Remember, at every point of our anointing, we are still human beings. So sometimes it is not going to work and you want to manufacture it. But if you depend on God, I'll give an example. Jerry Eze came to America. He didn't do as much as he did in London as he did in America. I was in an American conference. Okay? It was not that as much as he did because maybe, like I said, the people whose hearts were not as prepared to receive as much as the people in England. That is the situation. You can't now say, okay, God, why didn't we do? Why didn't I do this? It is a position of your heart. It must be understood. It's a position of your heart. Except you have someone like Paul, God had to override his personal will to bring him to the point where he wants to use him. Not because he was willing, but because God saw that this person can go further away from me. So let me deal with the situation that is limiting him. Okay. But if we now say these things are fake, then there must be some form of original somewhere. Because that's the only time something can be fake. But you see, the problem I have with us, man of prestige, that we don't necessarily find it difficult to believe that there's a devil somewhere. But we find it difficult to believe that there's God somewhere. We don't find it difficult to believe that there's a devil. Some people tell you they are devil worshippers. They are there. Some people tell you in America where you are, they tell you we are crafters. That's all. They're witchcraft. Witchcraft. They worship witchcraft. But we believe them when we see them do it. But when we say believe in God, we say no, there's no God. But we know that they're witchcraft. Okay. We know also there's those who believe in other forms of what I was asking Mr. James before. They believe in those societies. And some of them have become great men from those societies. We know them. We don't want to call their names. You and I know them because you must have read about them. They are still in existence. So if those people exist, don't you think there's something higher than those people?
Let me ask you this. Do you think devil is an imagination of human being?
That's what I'm saying. If it's an imagination from human being, then there must be imagination of God also somewhere. Okay, let's hear from a man of prestige.
Righteous man.
Sorry, righteous man. Sorry, I keep mixing both of you.
I'll be listening. I'll come back later.
All right. All right. Yeah, man of prestige. Righteous man, go ahead.
Yeah, I did a breathe in, breathe out.
Yes. And we can see so let her know that we're seeing her.
Who?
Your wife.
Okay.
Yes, just a hand. Good. Great.
Okay. I did a breathe in and breathe out. As long as man has no control over the breath, then man is subject to a higher authority. If someone is doubting the existence of miracle, I am one of those people alive on this planet Earth today that have experienced a healing miracle. If people are doubting that it's an arranged work because of how the world has taken the things of God to be, because of infiltration of the wrong people into the worship of God, then I am here in this platform today to tell such individual to have a second thought. Number one, there is a living supreme being identified as God Almighty. Number two, I in the past had an encounter with him without the prayer of any individual, without even knowing him until he identified himself to me. And that was immediately I finished my school. Then number three, about 25 years ago, I had a tumor on my left hand. I went to various hospitals. I went to Lut. I did all kinds of tests. And the final medical analysis was that I will undergo surgery. I never had it in mind that one day something beyond human control, human imagination can take place. And that growth that made me wear a long sleeve shirt for over between 7 to 10 years. I don't go on short-sleeve clothes. I always wear long sleeve to cover this growth because it was not hidden. And now, 25 years ago, a friend of mine told me that we should go to the mountain in Osun State called the Mountain of Mercy. We left Lagos and we got to that mountain at about 5:45 p.m. in the evening. And then prayers were offered because the people congregate there, and scriptures are read. The word of God will be taught, and people will go back to their individual prayer hours. And so we participated in this General Assembly, and later on retired to where I've laid my mat, where I was lying down. I just want to tell you, those who say there is no miracle. Then I was lying down there and I lifted up my eyes to heavens. I will never forget that experience. I keep sharing it when I have the privilege to do that. And I talked to God. I said, I don't want to go to the pain of surgery in Nigeria. I don't want to carry bandages. Perhaps these people might make a mistake and cut one of my important arteries or whatever. And then maybe I will get my hand, I will be paralyzed. So I did that prayer and I told God, I said, show me your healing power. And I slept that night. KJ, the God in heaven is a witness of this testimony. It didn't happen in the church. It happened on the Mountain of Mercy in Osun State. I woke up the next morning on that mountain, and behold, the growth, the tumor had disappeared. Till today, that is 25 years ago, there was no trace of it. And I shouted on that mountain that morning, people gathered. Till today, this is my hand, no trace of it. It disappeared. I was not in any medication to say it was the drugs I took that got it disappeared. That was a miracle. What is miracle? Divine intervention beyond the knowledge, the senses, and the thought of man. And God chooses to perform it at his will. You don't need to be a righteous person for him to perform it, but he uses it as a means to reach out. So what happened in Dr. Eze's crusade, I can't doubt it that it didn't happen, because God have done such thing in my life. So miracles are real. Even when people fake it, that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. It does exist. God is real. Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach is real.
Thank you.
There is no alternative to God. There is no knowledge that is supreme above God. There is nothing, there is no level of academic excellency or progress that is higher than the authority of the Almighty God. That is why a little child that have not gone to school but is possessed with a demonic spirit can afflict a professor who is academically sound, and the professor will just being a professor, but he's been tormented by a little child who have not gone to school before because of being possessed with that demonic force. In as much as there is negative force, there is positive force. And that positive force is referred to as the force of the Almighty God, which is the force of good things, right things. So it is embarrassing for someone who says he's a pastor. And remember, he has a court case in Nigeria. He was accused of
Yeah.
The court found him guilty, and he was meant to pay 5 million naira in damages. That is the person that is coming to criticize that he doesn't believe. He those who have time to listen to him. So let me rest my case for now. But KJ, I believe in God. I believe in Yeshua Mashiach. I believe in miracle. I believe in the word.
Thank you so much. And I want you to know that I've been to that miracle, if it's that mountain in where the founder of CAC was praying, where his knee got to the ground. I've been there. I've done interviews that I've gone there to interview that Oba, okay, and the mysteries that behind that other hill that gets dark in the afternoon. There's a certain point you pass, it gets dark. You can no longer go. You must have to turn back. I've been there. So when I'm talking about this, I don't do the waka. I've been to that mountain. I've done interviews on those people on that mountain. I've seen the place where that man of God was praying until his knee, pressed into that very hard rock. I've seen those things, But then sometimes you don't have to say all these things because people don't think you want to. All I'm trying to say to anybody and those who are making all kinds of comments on the commentary section. None of us speaking today can assure ourselves that tomorrow we're going to be here. Can you tell yourself that you will sleep tomorrow and wake up? When you sleep today, do you have the power to wake yourself up tomorrow? So let's stop all this nonsense. Look, I am Igbo, and as an Igbo person, it would be stupid for me to say there's no God because the names of the Igbo people are taken after God. If you don't think, go and ask. Ezenwa is what? The son of God. Okechukwu is what? The creation of God. Emeka is what? Chikudike is what? Ngozika, what is that? These are names that did we craft them now? That is not the same name that Igbos have been bearing over the how many years of that they've existed. And so if you come and tell me that doesn't seem to go, I want to ask about my original origin then. Because how did my forefathers, craft those names from? Where they crafted from, So, but then it is a question of for you to, I'm not saying here that there are more fakes than you have originals. But if there are fakes, that means there must be some original somewhere. That's why we'll leave it at this point because except of course, Flagship have something to say. But just like you, I have seen miracles for 17 years. I must have listened to over 130,000 miracles because I was producing it every week. So at least I know what I'm talking about here. If now for this stuff, don't be a professor for miracle right now. So, but go ahead, sir, if you want to make your contribution.
Oh, well, no. I think, like I said from the beginning, God exists. God is the supreme being. I believe in him. I know he does exist. I believe in Christ. And I believe in miracles. But I try as much as I can not to attribute it to any one man, no matter what happens. The glory always goes back to God.
Yes.
I'm careful not to put it to any man.
And
that's my stance.
That's the beauty of this young man, because I'm older than him. He does not attribute it to himself. But you see, sometimes success brings, form of, just like a man of prestige said, and I told my wife, I believe that the guy was just trying to use Jerry to catch, flow to his and probably to raise money to be able to use to pay his court case, because he was referring to the fact that yes, that he's making 7 million. Jerry Eze wasn't poor before he came there. Jerry Eze was working for UN. He was their communication head. There was going to be the communication head of communications. Before he left, he resigned the job. Okay. Some of his colleagues who worked with him when he was there, one of them who was quite elderly, who didn't marry, it was Jerez that prayed that the woman got to be married. You know, I mean, these are you can search them out. The miracle they're even talking about is not even the bigger ones have been doing, where people wake up from the dead. They are talking about this one. That's why I'm a bit concerned that this man is trying to use Jerez to draw people, a crowd to his page. I don't think it's nice. And I think that God is, you see, somebody is keep asking the question, why is that we should pray that God should now change Nigeria? No, it is left for the Nigerians. God will not do what he has given you 2 hands to do. Okay? God will give you food, but God will not come down and pray and cook it for you. So if you have food in your store and you go and lie down and be praying, God, go and cook this. No, you see, he won't do that for you. And for us, God has given us enough opportunity to stand and change Nigeria. Okay, we all refuse, and when that time gets to the place where we'll convert together to make a meaningful inroad into deciding how we should govern ourselves, we break it into tribe, we break it into region, we break it into sections, we break it into north and south. How then do you intend to make progress? So well, let's leave it at that. And I don't know, in rounding up, because we know we're starting another program. There's some ladies, beautiful ladies, are going to be discussing the issues that has to do with ladies and men. And I think I will employ everyone who is on the platform to please join that program. It's going to be starting very shortly, 6 to be precise. And so, in rounding up, the flagship, I truly enjoyed your contributions today. What will you say generally about all the topics we have touched? If you have the time, you can just touch each of them. And so, as your final points, your final takeaway.
Well, thank you again, KJ. It's been a great show. Thank you for moderating today. Here's what I'm going to say for everything. And starting with the Olympics issue, I would like to see the resignation letter of the Minister of Sports. Call it wishful thinking, but if we really want to do things well, I think he should resign. When Trump was, they attempted an assassination on him, the person that held the office, the highest person in the office, did not give any excuses beyond tendering their resignation while investigation is still going on. So I expect to see the resignation of the Minister of Sports. Number two, with reference to the aircraft issue and situation with Nigeria, I do not think the Nigerian government should shoulder that cost. Ogun State, as it is, has enough money to shoulder that. And also, all parties that were involved in that deal that went this bad and crazy should be brought to book, and all of them should be questioned. And let's figure out who dropped the ball amongst them. And then I really agree with Mr. James's suggestion that the allocation for the state of Ogun should be used to foot this bill and put this embarrassment behind us. By the time they don't get full allocation, then they will go, I believe the citizens of the state will seek for those that put them in this mess and ask them for questions or wherever that money went to, if at all there was any involved. With reference to the Chief Justice, like I said, I don't know too much about her. I haven't heard her name that much. I don't know what her antecedents are. I'm going to go read more about her and figure out who she is, see where she's coming from, and try to gauge to a great extent where we'll be going to within the next 8 years. And if I will be able or allowed to make a suggestion to her, please, if you get appointed, if you scale through this process of being interviewed for this job, please look back at what the electoral officer in the state of Abia did. You are going to be the person in charge of Nigeria's future for the next 6, 7 years, maybe. Take time to look at making the right decisions with reference to the law, and that justice is properly given with reference to the Nigerian people in mind. You're a mother as well. Try to think and have that in heart when you assume that office, should you make it there. For everything else, to Nigerians, I'd say that continue to ask questions, continue to read and find out facts about your country, your local government, your state, wherever you find yourselves. Read about every government policies that govern you and ask questions for the aspects or the parts that you do not understand. And if you do not have a good hold of what really are your rights, talk to those who know, and start to form progress groups amongst yourselves where you begin to not only confront your leaders with questions, but demand answers and put timelines on them. Until you get an answer to any question you ask, don't move to the next one. I believe if you start doing this, you might start making headways with bringing accountability to the table with reference to your political leaders that rule and govern you. And I hope that things work out well for Nigeria. We will keep speaking. We're going to keep talking about this. I know people in the comment section say we come here every day and keep talking about it. Hey, here's an analogy for you why I believe continuing speaking about this will make way. You know, the rock is really strong. I'm talking about the stone. It's very hard. But if you put a nozzle on top of it and you let one drop of water constantly fall on top of it, it will crack that rock apart in a matter of time. So we're going to keep talking about it. We're going to keep preferring solutions where we can, and we're going to keep assisting those at home where we can. And amongst us here in the diaspora, we're going to put our heads together to see how we can come up with good suggestions, even if it means engaging those in government now with good policies that will help them govern the people, to give them some relief. We will do that. Whatever it takes to get Nigeria in the right direction, that we're going to do. So standing there, hanging there, play your part, do what is right, and keep your mind on the prize. Someday we will get there. It's only a matter of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that roundup. Yes, the righteous man.
Yeah, Mr. KJ, thank you for good moderation today. Flagship, thank you for being here from the beginning to this end. I appreciate your submissions and contributions. It's always good to have people who love their country coming together with ideas of how to make things work. Appreciate. I really want to use this opportunity to ask those of you that are in diaspora to please look beyond your families. That was the question I asked. Look beyond your families. Remember your friends you have in Nigeria, even if they did not call you to complain. You've seen situation of things in this country today. Just you may put a smile on somebody that want to commit suicide. Somebody in this platform sent me a number of a lady in Port Harcourt, you know, and I called the lady because the lady sent a message to that individual that she's tired of this life. She had no husband with kids that she's training, a young lady, no job, lost her job and everything, and just wrote to this friend that, well, if he hears that she committed suicide, well, that is the way she has seen life, and she can't continue, you know. So when that message was passed to me, I moved immediately to call the lady, and I canceled the lady, and I talked to the lady, and honestly, it's not been easy with people in Nigeria here. And I just pray that good Lord will touch that lady for her not to take away her life. just because of difficulties. The landlord is about to throw her out from one room she's living with her kids because she could not renew the house rent because of the economic situation of this country. So whatever we know we can do, we should do it, knowing that the God who created the heavens and earth, he said in his word, whatever a man soweth that he shall reap. So if we sow good, we shall reap it. If we sow bad, we shall reap it. Concerning the appointment of this woman, I will not deceive myself and I will not deceive anybody. For me, I do not expect anything good that is going to come out from her because it is a captured state. Until Nigeria is liberated from the hands of those elites that have captured the state and the institutions of the state, there is nothing extraordinary that is going to happen here that will change anybody. So she will still play the part that others have played. That is why, personally, I believe she was brought in to play the game of 2027. God will give us life to witness what is going to happen. It was a shameful thing that Nigeria, made up of 200 and something million people, could go to Paris for Olympic and came back without a bronze medal and spending 12 billion naira. I mean, it's a shame. If you're expecting any probe or any person to be fired or resigned, it's not going to happen because this is a syndicate. This is a group of individuals that have sworn to themselves that they will do whatever they want to do and nobody can question them. So I just pray that one day there will be a divine intervention. It's a shameful thing that Nigeria executive planes or presidential planes were seized by a company, not even a country, by a company. And you know, the problem, they were analyzing it on television, on Arise News, that the federal government stood as a guarantor before that loan could be approved. So as the state of Ogun defaulted in the agreement, the company have to hold the federal government liable. That is why they are confiscating the assets that is owned by federal government. There is no constitutional right for federal government to withhold the federal allocation to the state, to any state in Nigeria, based on defaulting of loan. So federal government lack that constitutional power to withhold their monthly allocation because of the debt. No, there is no constitution that empower the federal government to do that. But the federal government can confiscate the assets of the Ogun State and maybe auction it in order to pay that amount. As one of those lawyers were analyzing it on radio recently. We just pray that things will take a new turn, and more especially on the cost of living. That is the major thing. Imagine my wife came in now to say, I bought fuel yesterday night when I was coming back from work at the rate of 850 naira. But she told me she bought this evening at the rate of 860 naira. Perhaps by Monday it will reach 900 naira because there is no fuel anywhere. All the filling stations are just locked up. I mean, we're in a mess. We're in a mess. We just need an intervention of the Creator because this thing is beyond man. That's just where I leave it. Thank you and happy weekend to all of you. Bless you all.
Thank you so much. The flagship and righteous man. Thank you so much. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We have gradually dragged to the end of this program for today. We want to, on behalf of Dr. Damages, thank every one of you who have contributed, whether you are in the comment section or you are on the platform itself. We want to thank you. We want to thank Don O. A righteous man, Don O want to know how he can contact you to reach out to the lady who had difficulties.
Let me put my number on the chat. Can I do that?
Yeah, you can put your number on the chat. on the public chat, because on the you will not see it if it's behind, if it's backstage, but the public chat, yes. All right, thank you so much, and also OJB Eke, thank you for your contributions. Thank you for your being here even throughout. Thank you for but why your contributions were well welcomed, and thank you for Boss Biggie. Thank you also for all your contribution. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. You guys have been wonderful. Waski Henry, thank you so much. Easy D, thank you so much. Quinty A, thank you. Appreciate your contributions. Thank you so much for making it with us. Thank you so much. Quinty, thank you for all your contributions, super chats. Thank you. I appreciate you. Tilly. Thank you for your super chats. Thank you for supporting the platform. Thank you, George, for supporting the platform. Thank you, Alexander Gomez. Thank you so much for all your support to this platform. Today has been a day and a season. Righteous man, do you mind if I put your number, because this person is not going to see it? So it's on the back chat. You want me to put it on the public chat?
Yes, put it. Okay. Yeah, put it. Yes, put it. Okay. Put it.
Okay, here is done. Oh, this is the number. If you're outside of Nigeria, please be mindful to put +234 before you dial. +234, it will be 70. So if you're outside Nigeria and you're going to do that, put +234, remove the first 0, so it becomes 708. Okay, but if you're in Nigeria, of course, you already know the number, how it should be written.
It is also my WhatsApp number. It is my WhatsApp number.
Okay. Okay, so the number is also WhatsApp number, so you can actually reach him through the WhatsApp. And any other person who wants to help out in Nigeria, please don't hesitate to help. The people in Nigeria are going through situations that is better imagined than being in that situation, and I can tell you that for free. Yeah, someone said that we should pray to God. We are praying to God. God gave us opportunity to change the leadership of Nigeria based on how we have written in our constitution. We failed to do that, and we did that, but we failed to enforce it. God is not going to come down to enforce it for us. It will be us that will do that. Okay, since we have not done that, let's keep praying, or let's keep hoping, or let's keep organizing ourselves until we're able to form a critical mass to make the change that is desired, either through the National Assembly or through conversing as we are doing. We're still going to be around next week to do the same thing. We're also going to be here tomorrow to continue the discussion. It's a discussion panel. Once we can judge, or we will not fight, or will not war. It's better to judge than to war. And I thank you all. I will thank Dr. Rudolph for giving us the opportunity to be part of what he's doing. And please feel free to reach out to Dr. Damages through the support platform throwing through. He needs it, because that's the only way he can keep this platform running. He right now is the only one supporting and holding what he's doing, and he totally will need our support. Let's give him our support. Thank you so much. On that faithful note, I said to everybody, Flagship, thank you, and
thank you, KJ.
Righteous Man, thank you so much. God bless all of you, and have a good night.
Good night.